Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello. Hopefully you guys made it here okay. Transferred over from the previous stream. You guys, I'm really excited. So remember, there was no cameras. And dude, her hair, by the way, she's got that same look going. So there were no cameras for the trial, just for her sentencing. However, the audio is really good. So I think it's a fair trade-off. Like for Chad's trial, they had cameras, but basically the cameras were useless and the audio was useless, and the whole thing was just basically useless overall. The audio was really good. So here's the thing. And as far as days in history, trial history that I'll never forget, and I can remember like what I was doing, what I was wearing, all of that, all those details. There's a couple days that will stand out forever. One of those days, it's really funny because on the next Murdoch episode, we will be getting to that spot. One of those days was when Chris Wilson took the stand outside the presence of the jury during the trial within a trial, which again, we will be getting to that part on the next Murdoch episode. That was one of the days, and I'll talk more about that when we get to it. But the other one that stands out, these are the top two that I can think of off the top of my head that come to mind. The other one was listening to this. When I was driving, I know exactly where I was on the road. I was driving, and it got to a certain part in this testimony from this FBI agent, okay, that I'll point out when we get there, and I had to pull over for safety's sake because I was laughing so hard, I was afraid I was going to crash my car into somebody. So it was a moment I'll never forget. So this is day 24 of the trial. Obviously, it says it on the screen. Pretty self-explanatory. I know it's going to be like, wow. Like the thing is though, when you hear the testimony, you don't realize you're not looking at anything, that this testimony is incredible. So we're going to be hearing from this FBI agent, reading all of their text message, and it's going to go through the whole thing. How they figured out who they're talking about when they use code names or different nicknames or whatever, the light and dark scale, zombies. And then it's going to get into all their erotic text messages. He has to figure out when they're fighting and when they're not fighting. And this is incredible. This is one of the best days, I think, in like trial history is this day. With this is the most, and the juxtaposition of this FBI agent reading that, dude, y'all are in for a treat if you haven't heard it. And if you have heard it, I think you're still in for a treat. I haven't even heard it since the trial. So I'm very excited. So this will also give us a nice context going forward for Lori's second trial. Wait, what will happen? Twiz? You had to find it? It didn't transfer you over? That's a bummer. Really? Heather, did it transfer you over? Through the portal? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start playing this. It's just he's gonna take the stand here.
All right, good morning. We're on the record. We're on case CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Marine Vallow. The prosecution's present. The defendant and defense attorneys are also present in court. The court would note all jurors are present and accounted for and properly seated as well. The court's also been advised that the jurors have each completed their juror affirmation this morning. Is that correct, Mr. Bailey? Okay.
Remember, this is Judge Boyce. Shout out to Judge Boyce for setting precedent in the state of Idaho for being the first time a judge has actually granted a motion to preclude the death penalty. So he has set precedent. Good for him. Shout out to Judge Boyce.
Thank you again for your continuing adherence to that court admonition and for your continued service in the case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. At this time, I'll allow the state to continue with the direct examination of the witness, Investigator Hart. I'll just inquire as we get started with testimony again, since we had the weekend break. Detective, if you had any, or agent, I should say, Did you review at all in any way any of the trial testimony in this case since we broke on Friday afternoon?
No, Your Honor.
All right. With that in mind, then, Ms. Smith, if you'd like to continue with your direct examination, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
We have just finished with some text on July 15th of 2019 and ending with a chat that had occurred with Lori Vallow and from Charles Vallow's son. Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. Let us turn to some more conversations.
Okay. So basically, I'll just set the scene here. So this is, I think, like Monday. So they had the weekend. So basically, this FBI agent, right? This retired FBI agent was on the stand for like 2 full days reading these text messages, basically. And so the text messages started on day 23, which was like a Friday. And again, I remember all of this so well, but they were just kind of getting into it. And it was like background kind of trying to maybe establish so that they could, establishing whose iCloud belonged to who, things of that nature, right? Where they could identify the people, how they have to lay that foundation. So that's why they're saying that they're picking up kind of where they left off, but they had a weekend in between. But in other words, we didn't really miss anything. This is the day that is the crucial day of the text messages.
Information you included in your summary from July 15th of 2019.
Oh, good choice.
So if you could look at the next slide, I think it's noted as slide 16, and take a look at this. Now, this is the same exhibit that you prepared in summary for court today?
Yes.
Okay. And just so the record's clear, this summary is a summary of what?
It's a summary of content from 2 iCloud accounts, Lori4Style at iCloud.com and Lolitime at iCloud.com.
All right, let's talk about these real quick. Lori4Style. So even her fucking account names are funny, right? Lori4Style. Perfect considering what we're looking at here, right? And what we saw yesterday with her little orange getup.
That was
her little orange getup. Now, oh my God, stop. Notably, now the captions are not always going to be spelled correctly because the Lori is Lori, right? The Lolly is Loli. Oh, right. I didn't even think of that. Lolly as an animal. I didn't even think of that. Wow. Okay. So what it is it's like this. Now, what's interesting, if you guys recall that all the times yesterday that Twiz asked how many people Lori killed, and I mentioned that there's these other suspicious deaths in her past, and 2 of them are her sisters. Well, one of those sisters was named Lorelei. I'm putting it in the chat, and they called her Lolly for short. And Lolly, from what I recall, died as a baby or very young, okay, under suspicious circumstances. And I'll have to brush up on the details of that because, like, where I learned that was from one of Lori's like family members, like, because they've many of them do speak out and talk about this stuff, which is how you learn what went on with her from her whole life. But anyway, so with Lolly, and so because I remember like specifically Megan Connor, who was like Lori's cousin, and they were really close. Megan being really offended by the fact that hearing that one of Lori's account names was Lolitime, because it was like misappropriating her dead baby sister's name, essentially, right? Because Lolly was the nickname they had for Lorelei, and that she was using that was weird. So I just wanted to point that out so you guys understand what, when you hear Lolitime, that there's actually, that's like really dark, that she's using that, her dead baby sister, why not make it Lolitime, right? So.
part of the evidence submitted obtained by the investigators containing the defendant's communications with people.
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you could take a look at the next slide, and we'll go through just these 2 on the 15th. Can you tell us why you included these 2 messages?
Yes, I included these messages because they were a reference to the relationship between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, and there was a statement from Lori Vallow about the status of that relationship.
Okay. If you could just read into the record, please, so that it's clear what are the text communications between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow that you included from July 15th.
Line 2827 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I know you won't get this text for another hour or so, but my love for you is overflowing right now. I just want to hold you endlessly. You are my wonderful best friend that I can't live without. Line 2826 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. And yet you are so sad. Missing you. Just landed. Got to get to work.
And so why did these two particular texts amongst the thousands that you saw catch your attention and include in the summary?
It discusses Chad Daybell's statement that he can't live without Lori Vallow, and she responds, and yet you are.
Why was that relevant for investigative purposes?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for a legal conclusion.
My question was cut off, Your Honor. I said, why was that relevant for investigators' purposes?
And I'm objecting as it calls for a legal conclusion.
It's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. You may answer.
It was clear to investigators that the relationship between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow was a driving force behind the crimes that have been alleged in this case.
Turning to some conversations on July 18th, and I believe these go on for a few bits, but could you take a look at them? Why did you include these particular communications? This
slide and 2 or 3 slides after this slide contain a text string between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow regarding the fact that Charles Vallow had changed the beneficiary of his life insurance from Lori Vallow to another individual. I included this because it was pertinent in terms of potential financial motives in this case. If you could, starting with the lines on page 17, could you take a look at those and read those into the record? Yes. Line 2706 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I just got the letter from the insurance company saying that I am not the beneficiary. It is a spear through my heart. Who do you think he changed it to? Brandon or probably Kay. He left nothing for JJ. Line 2705 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Wow, that's terrible. There's no way to find out. Line 2704 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I might be able to see when I get his computer on Sunday. I could check the emails sent to the insurance company. It will show change of beneficiary. He must have done it recently. If you could continue on to slide 18, read those as well. Line 2703 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. It seems you would have had to agree to the change. Maybe your name was forged. You should have a good paper trail to prove it. Line 2702 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I love you. This is terrible, but it is probably another step in bringing down the Gadiantons, especially Brandon.
Okay, the Gadiantons. So this is where shit's going to get a little bit weird. And then, don't worry, they're going to explain all this. Remember, this is like LDS, not really LDS, like they were LDS, but like they get real friends with it, right? In other words, what they were practicing / teaching people was not at all what is like in the Book of Mormon, what have you. But we're going to hear about the Gadiantons. But this is already very interesting, right, as it pertains to the insurance. Also, I just wanted to say, there's somebody who has commented on the video from yesterday of Lori, and is really wanting to tell me that Lori's last name is Lori Vallow. It's not Lori Vallow Daybell. It's just Lori Vallow. I mean, this is East Idaho News. Well, okay. Not that this is what I rely on, obviously, but Nate Eaton from East Idaho News is the reason that this case really got coverage from the beginning. He's the one who hounded Lori. He is the absolute goat, as it were, OG goat on this case. He knows everything about it, knows the ins and outs. He's like, this is the best resource for this case, right? East Idaho News. And of course, that didn't even say Lori Vallow Daybell, just Lori Daybell. But beyond that, what I said to this person, which is the truth, which is whenever I'm covering a case, I don't just use the name that I hear in the media or what I think the name is. Whenever I cover a case and I'm making a thumbnail, every time, I go to the court filings. Why? Because sometimes it's different. For example, if they include a middle initial, again, for example, if you look at the Idaho thumbnails, you're going to notice this is Brian C. Kohberger. Why? The C is what that's exactly how it is on the court. I don't have to include the C. I could have saved space and made the name bigger. I do it exactly as it's listed on the court filings for all of them. So that is literally the only choice that I make, is whether or not to abbreviate the state's name or spell it out in full. That's it. But the defendant is always as it is in the court filing. So I just wanted to reiterate, in case this person is listening, that in the court filings, it says Lori, Vallow, Daybell. Okay.
Line 2701 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell.
Oh yeah, love Nate Eaton. Love him. He's awesome. He's really awesome. So yeah.
Nope. He can change it anytime he wants. He's the agent, and anyone can change their beneficiary anytime with their own signature. I'm thinking it must be K.
That's actually not true. There is a way that you can do it with insurance policies for beneficiaries where it's like, I think they call it irrevocable, where it can't be changed without people do that on purpose for this reason. So people can't be a sneaky snake and change it to themselves or whatever the fuck.
Line 2700.
Like Chad knows,
Excuse me.
right?
From Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. It will be interesting if it got changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest.
Oh.
And continuing on this,
Well, you can see why that's important, right? Let's hear that again. Jesus, the foreshadowing.
It must be K. Line 2700. Excuse me. From Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. It will be interesting if it got changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest.
I just want to reiterate, they're talking about Charles, right? And this is from the Idaho trial. So, I mean, again, the relevancy here, I forgot that this was even a text that was going to come up here. But as we prepare in very shortly here to start with Charles's trial in Arizona, they're talking about plotting to kill Charles, and they're talking about the insurance policy.
and continuing on this line of summary.
Line 2699 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell.
And honestly, they speak really slowly in Idaho. I remember this from listening to it at the time. I'm going to put it on 1.5. Let me know if you guys think it's too fast. I think it'll be fine, though.
I don't think it could have. You can't change it after the death date. They would review that. Line 2698 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow.
I think that.
Yes, I'm thinking K as well. She is probably freaking out that you got those computers. I'm going to shower and give you a blessing. I'm eager to get home so we can talk. It really will be okay, my love. You are wonderful.
Yeah.
Line 2687 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him.
All right. I just want to, so remember, the thing is what happened, what was changed is they made Charles' sister the beneficiary, right? Now, remember the Ned thing, we heard about that yesterday on the body cam. Remember when Charles kept saying that she was calling him Ned? So Ned Schneider, she had a couple nicknames for him. I can't remember the other one. I'm sure we will hear it shortly. But Ned Schneider was one of the nicknames that they had for him. And there was a second one. But right, and Heather picked up on that, going to shower and give you a blessing. No, thank you, Chad. Yeah, that hits differently. I will just say, again, when I heard these the first time, which is the only time I heard them, and I was doing stuff, driving, running, I heard that, and I'm like, da-da. Like now hearing that, I'm like, oh, okay. I have a completely different interpretation of what that means, because now we get more context later. So yeah.
Tell me to who, of course, but it's done. I'll still get the $4,000 a month from SS.
Social Security.
Line 2683 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. When you get out of the temple, please text this phone. I'm home alone until about 3:30 your time. I love you so much.
Now, you indicated that you included this in your summary of the text because it discussed potential financial motive for various crimes.
Correct.
Okay. Let's go back and look at the sort of beginning of this text communication. And why did you talk about getting the letter or include getting the letter from the insurance company saying that Lori was not the beneficiary? Why did you include that text?
I included that because it was apparent that Lori Vallow was surprised to find out that the beneficiary had been changed.
And was there, turning to the next slide, was there anything significant to you about it is probably another step in bringing down the Gladiatans, especially Brandon, in your review of the iCloud, all the iCloud records in context of the entire investigation that you were part of? Did you understand what that meant?
Yes. What
did that mean?
Gadiantans is another reference to the Book of Mormon. The Gadiantans were a secret society, a group of robbers, evil people. So when the phrase Gadianton is used, it's simply identifying someone as being evil in this case, or also in this case, Brandon Boudreaux.
Brandon Boudreaux. All right. So remember when we heard yesterday talk about the second trial? They didn't get anything. They didn't do anything specific. They didn't say anything specific there. And it's got to be Brandon Boudreaux. So because there's also charges being brought forth with him. Brandon Boudreaux was was Lori's. Okay, I don't even know how to call this. So Lori's niece, Melanie. Fuck, now I can't remember. There's two Melanies. Well, there's three Melanies really, because there's Melanie. No, there's two Melanies. Melanie is her niece. So shout out to Gigi who gave. There's a lot of people in this case. Shout out to Gigi of Pretty Lies and Alibis who came up with a really clever way to remember it. Melanice, okay? So you can differentiate. So Melanice. Okay. So Melanie Gibb is one of the friends. Melanice. All right. So I'm just remembering. So Melanice. Okay. So Melanice is Lori's niece. Now Brandon Boudreaux was married to her. So I don't even know what that would make Brandon in relation to Lori. I don't know how to do that web of family relations and figure that out, but that's who he is. Now there was an attempted murder of him. Again, this would have been Alex Cox as the hitman, right? The brother who's dead. And that was a whole thing too. That has come up in the other trials, but that's got its own thing going. So that's the second trial. Nephew-in-law, thank you. That's how you call it. Okay, nephew-in-law, right. I was like the husband of the niece. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So anyway, when they're saying the Gadiantons and then they're saying Brandon Boudreaux, that is who they're talking about, is the nephew-in-law. Thank you, Heather.
And why would the inclusion of Brandon Boudreaux in a conversation about Charles Vallow's life insurance money have any significance to you in the investigation?
I would object as it misstates the evidence that's actually been presented. There's no reference to Brandon Boudreaux.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Why would the reference to Brandon in the text at line 2702 have any significance to you as it's inserted in a text conversation about Charles Vallow's life insurance?
That particular line in and of itself isn't terribly significant, other than we know from the investigation that that marriage was also in a tumultuous time, but it was a text in a series of text strings, one following the other. So I included it in amongst this series.
You know,
And
Alex Cox's death being natural, you know, they say that just like they say that Gloria Satterfield accidentally tripped over the dogs and fell down the stairs to her demise. You know, I don't know. Sometimes the circumstances just seem a little bit questionable. Yeah.
what, if any, significance was there to the conversation about he can change it at any time? I'm thinking it must be Kay. Did you know who Kay was?
Yes.
Who was Kay?
Kay Woodcock, Charles Vallow's sister.
And turning to the line 2687, what, if any, significance in the investigation was there to a conversation about $4,000 a month from SS?
That's an indication that Lori Vallow would still receive that amount of money on a monthly basis from Social Security.
Okay. And as of July 18th, 2019, had Lori Vallow yet started to receive Social Security from JJ or for JJ from Charles's Social Security account?
Not at that date. That took place a little later on.
And yet it's referenced in line 2687.
Correct.
And that text communication about
line 2687. So one of the things that we didn't hear because it was on day 23, which was the Friday before, was the vast amount of this iCloud data. I will just summarize it and say that these iCloud accounts that Lori had, she'd had them for such a long time that it is voluminous, even more so than you get in oftentimes other cases. There was a lot, and there was a lot of communication. There was a lot of text. There was a lot of emails. It wasn't like other cases where some of it's just missing. Like all of it is there. The self-snitching of it all.
anticipated Social Security funds was on July 18, 2019 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell.
Yes.
Okay. Turning to additional conversations on July 18, 2019. Do you see those?
I do.
Okay. What, if any, significance to the investigation and or investigators' follow-up did this text communication have?
This short series of texts between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell is critically important because it is the first overt communication between them referencing the pending deaths of JJ and Tylee.
Okay, did you guys hear that part? Well, I don't want the hippopotamus to be put in a precarious or dangerous position. But I do want to be hired for to help with the proofreading of the documents at the very least.
Can you read to us the text communications we're seeing on slides 20?
Yes.
Okay. So remember, he just said these are of critical importance. They're going to be referencing, it's the first time they're referencing the upcoming deaths of JJ and Tylee. The kids.
Line 2667. I have been instructed, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I have been instructed to focus my efforts on Hillary, so I will. Line 2665 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Okay, find out her percentage for me and JJ's. Line 2660 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. She is at 0.13.
Hillary was a nickname for Tylee.
I turned up the pain to 10 and placed a spiritual virus in her.
God.
He is at 99.99. Raphael visited him and told him to follow Amy into the light. I also assured him that James would love and take care of his mommy, which he will with all of his heart and soul. Line 2658 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. That is sweet. I miss you desperately.
Oh my God. Wow.
In your review of the evidence and the iCloud in particular, what significance, if any, did the I have been instructed to focus my efforts on Hillary have in context of the investigation?
Hillary is the name of the entity that allegedly possessed or inhibited Tylee Ryan's body.
And so if you saw references to Hillary based on the context of the iCloud, that was talking about the spirit in Tylee Ryan's body.
Correct.
Now, in there's a communication where Lori Vallow
sort of like, okay, picture like, you know how like with the Adelsons, they had their code words. I think that they had a pretty easy time cracking those code words, right? But imagine if you're these investigators in this case. There's so many people that are involved here, but also they all have fucking nicknames and entities, and many of these people have more than one. So imagine, like, that's part of what they're talking about. They have to figure out who the fuck is Hillary. Is this a new person, right? You know what I mean? It could not have been easy. It's because it's even when you already are like on the end of like the listening end, like we are, right? You know, of like here's what they figured out, and we're hearing. It's still confusing. There's a lot of people with the same name, and just thinking about how this must have been so frustrating. We've got all these text messages and it's like, wait, is this a new person? Is this a new character? Who is this? And then they have to figure out and make sure it's consistent. They got it right. Okay, this is who they're talking about. But there was something else I was going to point out here. What was it? Oh, right. Right. So yeah, I don't think they're actually delusional. I don't. And it will be clear. I promise. This is the thing. We're going to hear, y'all will see, and I'll point it out why through the course of listening to these text messages. I like, again, listening to these for the first time. I can remember for every chapter, if you will, in this testimony, I can remember exactly where I was. Not just the part where I pulled over. I can remember the part where I was vacuuming. I can remember the part where I was making falafel. I can remember the part where I was like cutting my fingernails. Like I can remember it all so well. Like these texts, it's like burned into my brain. At one point, I remember I had a stain of like some chocolate or something I'd spilled on the chair that were like in the living room, and I was like cleaning that up. I just remember it so well. But my point being that as I was listening to these, I'm thinking, delusional, crazy. I'm thinking about these text messages are really important, right? As far as the actual facts of the case, but also their psychology. And so I was sort of listening through both lenses and trying to figure out what the fuck is going on with these people. And I went through all the phases, right? And we'll hear it, right? We'll hear these messages. I'll tell you what I was thinking. But there was definitely a point at which it shifted for me from, oh, this is all an act. This is all an act. This is a way for them to justify killing people. But we'll talk about that as we go along.
Possessed or inhibited Tylee Ryan's body.
And so if you saw references to Hillary based on the context of the iCloud, that was talking about the spirit in Tylee Ryan's body.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in there's a communication where Lori Vallow is asking Chad to find out her percentages for me and JJ. What did that mean?
Too fast, by the way. So for anyone else who didn't know, my brother is a professional storm chaser. And he can definitely, if he's out there in your area, he'll be giving, I mean, he's on the news all the time and he does live streams and videos. Anyway, you might have even seen him on some of the other networks, but his name is Dan Whitaker. But you can definitely check out his channel too, because he might be in your area. Hopefully Nightbot will put a link there. Whatever he says will be as accurate as possible as it pertains to the tornadoes. So shout out to Mant, my brother. You know how relevant too anyway, right? Speaking of storm. So yeah, he loves tornadoes.
Mean in context of your review of the iCloud?
The reference to the word percentage is a reference to death percentage, meaning the timing or pending death of the individual.
And so there seems to be a response from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow about a number, that percentage and timing of impending death. Is that what we see in line 2660?
Correct. You see two different numbers.
Okay. What are those? If you could explain those to us.
Jeff, this is going to call for some him to speculate as to what these numbers are. I don't think there's any real proof, and I don't think there's been any testimony as to what these numbers are.
Oh, cool.
You got it.
So you'll see the name Dan. I'll put it in the chat. Dan Whitaker. Yeah, because they use his. Sometimes they'll have him on, like he'll be like he'll be like talking about. He'll be standing there in the tornado weather and talking about. Or sometimes they'll just use his footage. And then they'll credit him, they'll be like, and they'll put the credit there, and you'll see stormsquad.net, or you'll see, what is the other one? NC Storm Squad is the other one you might see, or you might see his name. But anyway, yeah, you can be on the lookout. He's awesome. Love him. Shout out to my brother.
Were you familiar and did you read almost the entire iCloud?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any information that would lead you to understand what those percentages mean?
Yes.
What information was contained in the documents, which were the defendant's own words, right?
Yes.
What information did you learn in the iCloud that would lead you to understand what those numbers meant in context of the defendant's statements and those statements of her co-conspirators?
There are three total conversations or sets of text strings regarding the death percentage for JJ, Tylee, and Tammy Daybell. There's this one. There's another that occurs on July 30th, and then the third one occurs on August 10th. The content of these three text conversations builds upon one another, and in the subsequent text messages, there is again references to being close to.
One moment, please.
Oh my God, someone's phone is ringing. Ooh.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. You can continue.
Thank you, Judge. I'm sorry, you got cut off. You were talking about reviewing multiple conversations about death percentages. And could you explain to us how it is you conclude what that means in context of the defendant's own words and the statements of their co-conspirators?
Well, the closer an individual was to 0 in some instances, or in this instance with JJ, 100, the closer they were to their death.
And what information did Chad Daybell provide to Lori Vallow about a number associated with Tylee?
He indicates that she is at 0.13.
And what number did Chad Daybell provide about JJ's death percentage?
99.99.
Okay. Did you see references throughout the iCloud in the defendant's own words and the statements of her co-conspirators to lead you to understand who Raphael was?
Yes, Raphael is one of the other two names that was used by Chad Daybell.
Names associated with himself?
Yes.
Okay. What was the other name again?
James.
Okay. And is that the reference to the individual later in that same section?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in response to this death percentage for Tylee and the death percentage to JJ, what was the defendant's response?
That is sweet. I miss you desperately.
Turning to text communications reflected later in the iCloud, was there additional communication between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow on July 18th after the conversation about the death percentage for JJ and Tylee?
Yes.
Could you please, are those reflected in slide 21?
Yes.
Could you read those into the record, please?
Line 2656 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. You are so adorable, beautiful, wonderful, heavenly, luscious, and angelic. So many divine attributes rolled into one dynamic, desirable package. I want you even more desperately than you want me.
Okay, hold on. This is one of the best parts. I mean, well, there's so many. We're getting into some. Let's slow this one down for this part. Oh boy. Y'all ready for this? All right.
Could you read those into the record, please?
Line 2656 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. You are so adorable, beautiful, wonderful, heavenly, luscious, and angelic. So many divine attributes rolled into one dynamic, desirable package. I want you even more desperately than you want me. Line 2622 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Just grab me by the storm and I will.
Sorry. That I forgot that was already right here. Oh, mother of God. So, okay. Hold on. So this is when I was driving. Now, at this juncture, remember, I'm like, we don't know what they're talking about, right? And we're like, grab me by, I'm like, what? I'm like, is that a typo? Is that an autocorrect? Like, I was already laughing about this part, but I didn't know what storm was. So we're getting to the part where I had to pull over in just a sec.
I want you even more desperately than you want me. Line 2622 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Just grab me by the storm and I will follow you to the ends of the universe. Line 2608 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. When might that be? Line 2607 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Wednesday evening and then repeatedly and gloriously until Friday.
No. Just in time, James, for the storm. Let's back it up so James can be on the same page, no squirrel left behind. Oh my God.
Just grab me by the storm and I will follow you to the ends of the universe. Line 2608 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. When might that be? Line 2607 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Wednesday evening and then repeatedly and gloriously until Friday.
And that communication continues, correct?
The next slide as well, yes.
Could you read those into the record, please?
Line 2605 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. And then what? Line 2604 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell.
Just wait.
Back to crying and saying goodbye. Back to the box. Line 2603
Oh, this is like the Harry Potter part. Oh my God, this is the Harry Potter part.
from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. This trip to Utah had a lot of finality to it. I was told extreme changes are coming for me and to Utah. I welcome them both.
Now,
This is not the Harry Potter part yet. So I just want to say, to Heather's comment, this poor guy having to read this shit, just wait. This is the part, I believe this is the part where I had to pull over.
text communication that's displayed to us on slides 21 and 22. Yeah. Why did you include this part of that communication in your summary for presentation in court?
Mainly for two reasons. One, it substantiates the affair that was being had between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, and it references a trip that Chad Daybell was planning to take to visit Lori Vallow the next week. So this text is on July 18th, 2019. Chad Daybell's travel to visit Lori Vallow in Arizona took place July 24th through July 26th, 2019, which is a Wednesday through Friday. So if you look at line 2607, it states Wednesday evening until Friday.
Okay. Here we go.
Are you aware of what some of the phrase "grab me by the storm and I will follow you to the ends of the earth" meant?
Objection calls for speculation.
Y'all.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay. Dude. Yes, I'm aware. He's not answering it yet. He's hoping she's not going to ask him. Oh my God, I'm going to die.
What did that mean?
The word storm is the name they had given to Chad Daybell's penis.
Hold on. We need to listen to that on normal speed. This is where I had to pull over because I was going to crash the car. We need to hear that on normal speed. Wow.
Storm and I will follow you to the ends of the earth meant.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay. What did that mean?
The word storm is the name they had given to Chad Daybell's penis.
Now, I remember that the way this felt in real time was like the time between, as soon as he said the word they had given to Chad Daybell's and there was the slight pause, then it's like, oh my God, no. And it's like, I knew what he was going to say. And it's because of the pause that you're like, no. And to me, that pause felt like it took forever, but also I was like, I'm going to crash this car if I don't pull over. Just, And this is why this is one of my favorite days in trial, because it's exactly this what Heather said. The poor guy having this is a retired FBI special agent, and literally they brought him in to get on the stand for 2 days and read all of their text messages and decipher what they're talking about, and literally the juxtaposition of it all, right? Like that was what I kept thinking, is like, this dude is like, you know, whatever, he's got this vast career and he's, you know, but this is what he's doing, is he's reading these text messages, and it's so painful for him.
What did that mean?
The word storm is the name they had given to Chad Daybell's penis.
I can't just, y'all, I had to get through this before I could go back to this question from a long time ago for Twiz here, because with this whole thing, I was like, hold on, I'm going to come back to this. Twiz. Okay. So I don't know the question that you had about the bar fight. I think I'm missing something probably with like the inside joke here. It's important enough that he asked me twice about Heather should come to the hearing on the night so we can have a gay bar fight. What am I missing? Because I responded that I don't condone violence, and apparently I'm missing something, but I want to make sure that I follow up with that. So, no scroll left behind, but sometimes that scroll is me when I don't get an inside joke, right? Okay. Yeah, but see, that seems violent. That seems violent, though. Those are knives, right? Like, what am I missing here? Twiz also swaying in, saying he calls his penis Katrina. That's a good one. There you go. Storm. Oh, God. That is really funny. That is really fucking funny. All right.
And so this was in anticipation of getting together with each other for sexual purposes.
Yes.
For sexy time.
And at this time, Chad Daybell, was he still married to Tammy?
Yes.
How far from Charles Vallow's death was that?
This is 7 days after Charles Vallow's death.
And at the end of the communication, there's some lines about, and then what, back to crying and saying goodbye. Do you see those on slide 22?
I do.
What, if any, significance in terms of your review of the entire iCloud did that part of the conversation have to the investigation?
It's a reference to their relationship and the fact that it is now one-sided due to Lori Vallow being no longer married.
And what about the trip to Utah? What, if any, significance did that have in context of the other interviews and evidence that had been reviewed?
Oh, yeah.
I don't
that's a good one.
particularly think the trip to Utah has a lot of significance. It's just one of the texts that concluded this string.
Okay. And the statement, I was told extreme changes are coming for me and Utah. Was that from Chad Daybell?
That's a reference from Chad Daybell regarding changes that he is anticipating.
Now, you've included on slides 23 a series of text communications starting in the Lolitime account at line 2487 from July 20th, 2019. Do you see those?
I do.
Why did you include these text communications?
These are relevant because they demonstrate some of the religious concepts that were at play in this investigation, particularly as it relates to children being designated as being possessed or inhibited by demons. In this case, they're talking about Melanie Boudreaux's children.
Blake, was that one of Melanie Boudreaux's children?
That's her son.
If you could please read those into the record.
Melanie Boudreaux, aka Melanice. So Lori's niece.
These text SMS messages from Lolitime into the record?
Yes. Line 2487 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. What's Blake's percentage? Line 2486 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. He drew 3 crosses on the wall in his bedroom. We just finished painting over them.
Sure he did.
Line 2485 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell, like he was marking it for the dark side to find him. Line 2482 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Blake is at 7. Sigh, S-I, I took my sword of light and sliced his aura vertically in several places.
The sword of light, I swear to God. What this though is, I remember where I was standing when I literally remember exactly where I was standing when I heard this. I was near my fridge. Remember when I said the part about making falafel? I just finished a batch of falafel and I put it in the fridge, and I was like on the right-hand side of the fridge. And I remember I bent over to pick something up, and I heard this, and it dawned on me. It's like time stood still. It dawned on me. They were plotting on killing those kids. His kids. Now, I don't even know why, right? Like they were that's what this is. Because remember, that dark level is indicating death percentage and all that, so it's like, okay, the death percentage, but then like the level of darkness is like goes hand in hand. So this whole bit here, and I think that it comes up periodically, but it's clear that they're also planning on like killing these kids, Melanie's and Brandon's kids. And it's like, holy fuck.
2 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Blake is at 7. I took my sword of light and sliced his aura vertically in several places. You should be able to now rip and burn it. Line 2481 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I also decreased his pain tolerance to 1% and greatly increased his pain. His desire to depart is at 80%.
His desire to depart is at 80%. The way I say shit cracks you up. What did I say that was funny?
I understand you explained you included this to show a conversation about the darkness of children. Did this text communication have any more significance to you?
I think that it is fairly self-explanatory.
Okay. Moving to the
I
next.
appreciate him saying that. And actually, I really liked this dude. If I recall, because he's retired, he ended up giving interviews with Nate Eaton and stuff after the fact. And you would never think he was an FBI agent. He like, again, this is on 1.5 speed. He reminds you more of like your friendly neighbor. Like he's really unassuming and like, I think was wearing like a cardigan and I don't know. He just was, but what I will say is I just appreciate that he could have tried to add some sort of inference there. And he's like, nah, it speaks for itself. Cool. Like it.
Text communication on the next day that you pulled.
Exactly. Super nerdy. He is very nerdy. He's very nerdy. Yeah.
Included on slide 24. Can you tell us why you included this series of text or SMS messages from Lolitime in your summary?
Yes, this is a short text string that is a follow-up in reference to the life insurance beneficiary change, where Lori Vallow is communicating to Chad Daybell that she now knows who the beneficiary of that life insurance policy is.
Okay. Can you read that into this text exchange on slide 24 into the record, please?
Yes. Line 2438 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Found it. Ned gave all of it to Rhonda, 2/26/19. Line 2432 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Glad you found that out. Line 2430 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. It fits. Now she will try to take him. THX for working on her. Work on me too. Reading all this stuff makes me sick. Line 2423 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. We will work hard on Rhonda when we are together. I will get her numbers as low as I can by Wednesday. Line 2419 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Good. Let's work on it hard.
Now, you indicated it was information about the life insurance account, but in your review of multiple communications of Lori Vallow and multiple communications of Charles Vallow, was there a common association with the name Rhonda?
Yeah,
yes.
Okay.
What was that?
Rhonda is the name of the entity or dark spirit that supposedly inhibited Kay Woodcock.
Yeah.
And so reference in here about Ned, that we've heard that before, that was?
Ned, the reference to Ned is Charles Vallow.
Okay. And the reference to Rhonda was?
Kay Woodcock.
Okay. And so it's an indication that Charles Vallow gave the insurance money to Kay Woodcock.
Mhm.
Exactly.
And the date that Ms. Lori Vallow found out it happened.
No, the date is indicative of the date that Charles Vallow changed the beneficiary of his policy.
Okay. Now, is there anything else of significance you wanted to review as to slide 24?
No.
Okay. Turning to the next conversation, I see a reference to James and Elena again. And I recognize you talked about this a bit on Friday, but since there's been a bit of a break, who were James and Elena again?
James and Elena are alternative names, James being Chad Daybell and Elena being Lori Vallow. The James and Elena story, which is contained in its entirety in the iCloud accounts, is partly historical, accurate information chronicling the events in the lives of Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, and it's partly fantasy.
So when you say the James and Elena story, is it just, one or two emails? Was it easy to put that story together?
This is a great question. Was it easy to put that story together? So there's this whole other James and Elena story. Those are nicknames they had for each other.
Well, it wasn't difficult to put it together, but it's several segments written over time by Chad Daybell and then sent to Lori Vallow.
Oh,
And so when you say several segments, there would be a text message one day, an email another, an MMS another, spread across iCloud accounts.
I believe it was limited to just texts and emails, but yes, it was spread out over time.
Okay. And understanding that you were one of the supervisory investigators on this, did you task members of the FBI to help comb through the iCloud and find the parts of the James and Elena story?
Yes, I saw all of the James and Elena story in my review of the iCloud accounts, but in order to corroborate portions of that story, I assigned an analyst to accumulate the entire story and then go through to find corroborative data or evidence to indicate the accuracy of the story.
So in order for someone to see the entirety of the James and Elena story, they either have to be able to hop around the iCloud.
Correct.
Or they have to have somebody kind of take it from here and take it from this date and sort of put it together.
Yes.
Now, and forgive me, I just want to make sure I understand. I know a long time ago in the public, stories would appear kind of in periodicals. There'd be a segment in the paper one week, right? And then a segment in the paper the next. And over time, you heard the whole
I don't
story.
object. It seems to be a narrative from the.
I'm just laying a
state's
foundation,
prosecutor, and
Judge.
I'm not done objecting here. And it doesn't seem like there's a question, Judge.
And I'll sustain that. It's an improper question at this point, Ms. Smith.
Understood, Your Honor. May I approach the bench, not on that issue, but I want clarification on some procedures the court outlined
Yes.
on Friday. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Smith, you can ask another question.
Thank you. Agent, have you seen situations where stories are pieced out in a periodical over time?
Yes.
Is that similar to how the James and Elena story evolved?
Yes, over a fairly abbreviated period of time.
Okay. So there's no one text that any one person could go to that would give them the James and Elena story?
Correct.
And so in order to compile that, that would have to be like a summary of the James and Elena story?
Yes.
Now, turning to this text, could you please read the contents of slide 25 into the record?
Yes, line 2397, text from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. James and Elena had agreed to visit the temple the following morning. She returned to the hotel room, and after additional romance on the couch, they calmed their nerves enough to give each other a blessing.
Oh,
As James
God.
placed his hands on her head,
No.
he connected with Elena's true, eternal self. He knew he was in the presence of an exalted goddess who had returned to Earth to perform a special mission. This mission included being with him, and they would progress together as translated beings.
Oh, God.
The full plan wasn't yet completely clear to him, but the immense power radiating from her confirmed his belief that she was among the greatest women in the universe.
And part of their whole thing is just like feeding each other's egos that they're both gods. Like, it's insane. Yes.
And the
Heather,
communication it goes on to the next slide, correct?
Yes.
Could you please read slide 26 into the record?
Line 2395 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. They embraced following the blessings, and the emotions they felt were a mixture of eternal bliss and celestial desire. The sexual chemistry was undeniable, but the spiritual
gross.
unity was a glorious bonus for both of them. They had only known each other.
Oh my God, my face. I'm like, I'm going to throw up. Oh boy. But the thing again, the reason this matters though, in terms of the trial, right? Like, it's like this mixture, if you will, or commingling of the spiritual with like the sexual, and the fact that there's they kind of can't separate the two. There's a lot of overlap. I don't know. There's just a lot of commingling going on here.
They felt were a mixture of eternal bliss and celestial desire. The sexual chemistry was undeniable, but the spiritual unity was a glorious bonus for both of them. They had only known each other for 3 weeks, but two lonely, misunderstood souls had finally found their best friend that they could trust and confide in. Line 2394 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. She loves it.
And it appears there's one more portion of that.
Correct.
The other thing is like this. So now they're talking in the third person, right? So like Lori's like, she loves it. Like, she has an Elena, but Elena is her. Just why? Like, why?
Can you read a slide?
Admit that you're Elena, and you can say I and no.
Slide 27, please.
Line 2390 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. They arrived at the temple, and they both felt they should do sealings together. They were soon seated in a sealing room facing each other. Elena looked so stunning as she smiled at him.
Okay, so the thing said ceilings, like the top of a room. It's ceilings as an SEALING, and that's like an LDS thing. Does anybody need me to explain that, or are you guys familiar with ceilings in LDS?
She seemed calm while he felt quite nervous. Their opportunity soon came to kneel across the altar from each other, and as the sealer pronounced those sacred words, James and Elena knew that they were now sealed as husband and wife for eternity. As the earthly sealing was taking place.
Okay, actually, having said that, it kind of is probably, the context clues here kind of give a better context to what it means.
Similar scene involving their spirits was happening on a higher plane, where they kissed and unified their souls.
Okay, not familiar and be very descriptive. Okay, so, and actually, let me back this up a second. So sealing, okay, so again, SEALING. So I will say my personal opinion as to why is this a whole thing for LDS, like when it comes to all these cases, right? Where, okay, let me back up. Are you guys familiar with like this general premise of like for LDS people, they tend to have a lot of marriages. Like, nothing's always true for anybody, right? But a lot of times you see that, right? They have a lot of kids, they have a lot of marriages. And they, so they probably have a certain number of divorces, right? I think that part of the reason why you see that is because I think that there's a thing about it's like sex until marriage is like frowned upon. So in other words, think about this as it pertains to Chad and Lori, okay? That for them to justify or be able to feel like they're not going to go to hell or whatever for having sex, right? Because they're both married when they meet, right? They're both married. They need to marry each other. That's a problem for them because they're both already married, right? So here's the thing. So backstory for how they met, because you guys didn't hear this part, at least for what we've listened to and for this coverage here. But if you watched the whole trial, you may have heard some of this. Actually, this may not have come up in the trial. This might be more deep divey than that. Okay, anyway, backstory for how they met is like when they first met, it was at one of Chad's stupid like book sale things at some like LDS convention thing, and he had like a table. Lori was like, "I'll help you sell your stupid books," and so right from the get-go, there's what happened was they like hit it off or whatever the fuck grossness. And Chad told Lori like from the get-go that they were like married in a prior or a past probation or whatever. Like essentially it's like a past life. This is one of the things that they made up, right? That they had been married before, which is, so you have to keep that in mind, right? When you think about this whole thing, because why does that matter? Because it's like, oh, well, we were married in past lives. You guys see where I'm going with that in terms of how this works for the LDS of like, okay, so then it's okay for us to like keep in touch and like whatever, right? So, but you can see how that starts this whole thing. And then they have the next step of getting married in real life, right? But now to do that, they need to get rid of their spouses, right? So I'm looking at the chat. Your P Fox at a portal took a detour. Let me see what you guys are saying. Laughing woke the dog, classic. Can I draw some? I wish I could, but this is playing through YouTube. I totally would if I could. If it was a picture, see, this is the audio YouTube video. Yeah, we're just gonna have to use our imaginations. Yes, there you go. So too fast. Yes, on the right track. She was trying to break a record of seeing how many times she could get married without getting a divorce. Yes, exactly. Yes. Heather. So this is also where, by the way, Heather, in case you missed it, did you realize this? I didn't make this connection until yesterday, that both Wendy and Lori spell their names with an I at the end. Also, we noticed many other similarities between the two. That was crazy. They're probably time-stamped, but that is maybe the biggest one, the I at the end. So stay away from, yeah, that's a red flag, apparently. Draw a single bushy brow. So yes, that's right. So, and this is where the sealing, it comes full circle with like the sealing, right? So they needed to get rid of their spouses, they can marry each other. And then now it's like, because even though they're making up their whole thing, right, with like this whole system that they've got, I do think that legitimately they are afraid that they will go to hell if they, So remember, those messages where they're meeting up with each other are after Charles is dead. Like, I don't know that they actually physically cheated. Like, I guess Chad did, but I don't think Lori did. And I know people that are LDS and like, or former LDS, and like really the way that they, it's kind of like an indoctrination where there's shit that I feel like is hard for them to ever not think that way. And so anyway, some of those beliefs, such as, I'm just giving it as an example, like sex before you're married, you go to hell. They might legitimately believe that. However, the rest of the shit that we're hearing them talk about is really their own creation and invention. Okay. Yeah. So I believe it. I totally believe it. I totally believe that. Yeah. But, again, that's where the whole thing of that's where the James and Elena comes in, right? This whole thing right from the get-go. Well, we were married in a prior probation. You see, that's like that laying the groundwork for it's okay. It's pseudo okay. Right. But like, I think that it's like, well, we still need to handle this in real life. You know what I mean? Right. Okay. That makes sense, Heather. Yeah. So the sealings, though, that also comes into play because this is the type of thing where it's like you're married in the afterlife, right? And there's a whole thing about it where like once you've been sealed to one person, like you can't be sealed to another person. And it's for eternity. So it binds you for eternity past death. And it's performed by like whatever their master, that's not what they call it, whatever their temple person. They go to the temple and they have their person who's in charge. See, I'm not religious, right? So like, I don't even know. I forget what their person's name is. The person who blesses people and but besides Chad, kind of like a pastor. What do they call them? I can't remember what they call them. Anyway, something like that. But they go to the temple and then it's like a big deal, right? And they have to wear like special fancy clothes, or like not fancy, but special clothes. I think we already talked about the underwear. And so yeah, it's like a really huge thing. And they're sealed in the temple, and then they're bound for eternity. And like, that's one of the things is like, if you've already been sealed to another person, then you're in big trouble, right? Because what do you do for that? And to that end, maybe that's where like this whole, you've been taken over by another entity, and then the dark and the light scale and all that. Maybe that's a way around that, because like, honestly, I know for a fact that Tammy and Chad were sealed, because that was part of the whole thing where it was very hurtful for Tammy's family because of the fact that they were sealed in addition to the murder. Like that was a whole, like when you're LDS, it's a big deal. And like, anyway, and then he got sealed to Lori. It's just, so hopefully that kind of makes sense. We'll hear more about it. Right. Yeah, they're there. Yes. Since we were married. Yeah. Hole in the sheet game. Ordained minister. See, I don't think that's the right name for it though. For LDS. What do they call them? Bishop, maybe. Bishop, I think, maybe. Which I know sounds Catholic, but I'm pretty sure I know there are bishops in LDS, but I don't know. Anyway, we'll probably hear it. Y'all are funny. So the sealings, they're talking about James and Elena being sealed, right? So you can see where the significance is. Okay. Right?
27, please.
Line 2390 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. They arrived at the temple, and they both felt they should do sealings together. They were soon seated in a sealing room facing each other. Elena looked so stunning as she smiled at him. She seemed calm, while he felt quite nervous. Their opportunity soon came to kneel across the altar from each other, and as the sealer pronounced those sacred words, James and Elena knew that they were now sealed as husband and wife.
Now, if memory serves, the other thing that was really a big deal to people who were familiar with this case, and especially for those LDS, if memory serves, I'm pretty sure they were sealed in the temple, like in real life. This is the story, right? The little Chazal story. But in terms of them two in real life, I'm pretty sure they were sealed in real life before they were married, and maybe before Tammy died. And that's like the worst you can do, basically, to a lot of people's eyes. I'm sure we'll hear about it as well.
For eternity. As the earthly sealing was taking place, a similar scene involving their spirits was happening on a higher plane. where they kissed and unified their souls. They knew they had just begun a new journey together that was eternal and never ending.
There we go.
We'll go back to each portion of that, but is this the entire James and Elena story?
No.
Okay.
I bet they did.
It's just a couple sections.
I
that
bet they did bang in the temple. I'll tell you what. I guarantee you without a doubt that that is not okay. But I guarantee you they did it. I guarantee. And remember, they think that they're like, well, they've convinced each other that they're like godly, right? So the rules don't apply. That's really what it is. The rules don't apply. Lori still acts that way.
occurred on July 21st of 2019.
Correct.
Because your summary of the iCloud was chronological?
Yes.
All right. So let's step back and look at slide 25. Why did you choose to include this part of the James and Elena story in your summary?
I included this slide because of the reference to the full plan not being completely clear to him.
Why would that be relevant to the investigators and the investigation?
Okay.
The fact that a
Yeah, I'm
plan,
trying to remember the part where she's like leaves them alone or whatever, where it's kind of insinuated, right? I think is that what you're talking about, Heather? That rings a bell. It's been a while since I've listened to like Melanie's interviews and shit, but yeah.
existed is relevant to the investigation and to the subsequent actions that took place over the course of time.
Anything else that other than that there's discussion of what the plan was? And did you believe that to be a reference to a plan for what?
A plan on how they would progress together.
Was there anything else significant about this particular text?
The only other thing I would add is that this mission included being with him.
And in terms of the portion of the James and Elena story that is reflected in line 2395, why did you include this portion?
This I included for the reference that two lonely, misunderstood souls had finally found their best friend that they could trust and confide in, as a reference to their blossoming relationship.
Now, when you say a reference to their blossoming,
I'm losing it. The blossoming. Again, a lot of this is even funnier on normal speed, but blossoming relationship.
I thought they had met in November of 2018.
No, they met in October 26th through the 28th of 2018 at a conference in St. George, Utah. The second time that they met in person was in mid-November at a conference in Arizona.
Okay. And so if they had met in October and then again...
Saying all, by the way, I just have to let you guys know, he's not using any notes or anything. He has this memorized. Can you imagine being this dude again, where it's bad enough you have to read all these tests, but like his job is their relationship history. Like, can you imagine? And having it just committed to memory.
And in November of 2018, why do you say blossoming relationship that's as reflected in a text from July of 2019?
Because the James and Elena story is the history of their relationship. So he is talking about their second meeting where they had decided to attend a temple and do a sealing ceremony.
Heather, I was actually going to mention, I believe when he takes the stand, we can go back to it if we want to. Maybe when we finish with, we can go back to day 23 and I'm pretty sure they asked that question. And he says he's either not LDS or like kind of like maybe kind of LDS, like he went but like got out of the church or whatever. Because I remember feeling like he had enough knowledge to kind of recognize some of the biblical names, but he's not like a practicing LDS is my recollection. Either that or he just has knowledge of it from living in the area. Because apparently, even if you're not LDS, but you live in those like places where a lot of LDS people live, you probably are going to know LDS people and be familiar with some of these terms. But I don't think he was like a devout LDS.
Did you see a response from Lori Vallow in response to receiving the
Tracy has a lot of LDS.
James and Elena story?
That she loved it.
And at this point, how long has Charles Vallow been dead?
Correct, Heather.
10 days.
Yes.
Was Tammy Daybell still alive?
Correct.
Moving to the next part of that James and Elena conversation, you referenced the temple, and the text appears to reference the temple. Did the investigators follow up to obtain temple records?
Yes.
And were those temple records analyzed?
Yes.
What information of relevance to the investigation was obtained in the temple records?
Those records show that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow attended the Gilbert, Arizona temple together on November 16th of 2000.
So here's the thing. So Gilbert, Arizona has a lot of LDS. Believe it or not, Las Vegas. I had no idea, but I know someone who's LDS. Like Las Vegas has a lot of LDS people. Boise, Idaho. That's why they ended up there. Chad was like, this is where the Jesus wants us to go to wait for the 144,000 or whatever the fuck. So Boise has a lot. You know, Utah is like the Mormon Holy Land or what have you, right? But like apparently there's all these other branch offs, and even in other countries, they've got footholds in other countries too.
2019.
Would that have been
2018? I'm sorry.
2018? Okay. And would that have been that second meeting you referenced?
Yes.
Objection, this is speculative, Judge. Move to strike.
Overruled.
Quiet you.
Is there anything else of relevance to this segment of this one text that's a part of the James and Elena story?
Yes, according to the story, that in attending the temple on that date, James and Elena knew they were now.
Were you by chance in Atlanta when you met her, or was this in Alabama?
Sealed together as husband and wife, showing that they believe they were married.
And the temple records that you reflected that both Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow had been at the temple in Gilbert, Arizona in November of 2018.
November 16th.
At or near the same time.
Yes.
He knows the exact same date off the top of his head. Incredible. Oh, wow.
Now, did you see, as reflected in slide 28, did you see any additional response of Lori Vallow about receiving this chronicle story of James and Elena?
Yes.
Is that what's reflected, or part of it reflected in slide 28?
Correct.
Can you please read that into the record?
Line 2388 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. It's making me so happy to read about our life that I am finally going to dance. Missing you and loving you from afar. Line 2374.
Oh, and then I'm remembering how she would send him videos of her little dances. I can't. Oh, God.
Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. It was great. I feel free again. I love you more than ever and can't wait to be with you forever. I'm begging father and mother. That's my job tonight. Line 2373 from Chad Daybell to Lori.
Wait, I'm begging. Hold on. We have to come back to that. Oh, Too Fast says theory. Well, so what's really funny is there is in Atlanta, Georgia, there's like a one-legged stripper that people know of there. I don't know what her name is, but I just know that is, which is why I was like, oh wait, is this the same one or the same person? Okay.
Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. It's making me so happy to read about our life that I am finally going to dance. Missing you and loving you from afar. Line 2374 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. It was great. I feel free again. I love you more than ever and can't wait to be with you forever. I'm begging father and mother. That's my job tonight. Line 2373.
Begging father and mother.
From Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I will be right beside you, begging just as much. I need you desperately.
Why did you include this part of the communication from the iCloud in your summary?
I believe it was relevant to show Lori Vallow's response to the segments of the James and Elena story.
Now, turning to communications on July 22nd of 2019, why did you include this series of communications from Lolitime in your summary?
I included these communications because it contains a...
So funny story. I've actually never been to a strip club. I wanted to go. Literally, it's the only time I would have been. So it's really funny because I had a friend when I was in college. I had some friends that were from that went to school with me, but they were from Georgia. And so like for example, like I would go visit them sometimes, and like we would go to Atlanta, right? Hotlanta, and they like, you know, it was like their stomping grounds and whatever. And so they knew like this hole in the wall joint where there was like literally this one-legged stripper. And I was voting for that, even though again, I've never been to a strip club, never would go, but like, this was like, I want to go here. I want to go meet whatever. I can't remember her fucking name, but it was between that or like going to see the roller derby, like the roller derby after party at like a club thing. And so there was like, it was a whole group, right? So like they all voted, and basically I was the only one who voted for the one-legged stripper, and everyone else wanted to go to the roller derby chaos thing. So that's what we did. So I never got to go, but maybe someday. Also, I should add, at the time she was like in her 70s, so she may not be alive anymore. But yeah.
Reference to the plans that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow had to be together and disclosed a location where they intended to live as part of their plan.
Could you read to us in the record the contents of the text included on slide 29, and I believe it also goes into 30.
Line 2352 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Love you. Going with Garth in an hour to see Other Side of Heaven 2. Missing you desperately, but so excited to be with you. Line 2349 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I love you. You will enjoy the scenery. Looks like Kauai a lot. Line 2346 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Hopefully, we will be there someday soon together. Line 2345 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. That is the plan. Line 2344 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. And my greatest desire. Line 2334 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Hi, darling. Back from the movie. We enjoyed it. I look forward to being on a tropical island with you.
Why? Amazing though how much like okay. Literally he's like, okay, I gotta go. You know what it is? It's like, okay, imagine if you're like a teenager or whatever, I don't know, or middle school, I don't know, when you're a kid and it's like you have like a crush or whatever, you're texting and it's like if you have to go like 5 minutes, it's like feels like forever. Like that's what I'm getting from this. Again, their dynamic is very much like 13-year-olds or something, right? Where it's like he's texting her, okay, I got to go watch this movie. And he's just gotten done with the movie. And the first thing he's doing, he's texting Lori, just got done with the movie. And I just, in my mind, I imagine it being like such a long 2 hours for him. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. Yeah,
So
I know, right?
what significance did the reference to Kauai have to you in your review of the iCloud in context of the evidence that had been accumulated?
In the totality of the case, for the entire time span of the case, it's relevant because Kauai is the island where Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow traveled to be married. And that is the island where they were found after the children were known to be missing. And ultimately, that's where Lori Vallow was.
Yeah. So the infamous photo you guys have probably seen. I can try to find it. Let me know if you've not seen the photo of when, or actually, we should watch the body cam. It's short of when they get arrested in Hawaii. Because the thing is they're lounging by the pool. But the crucial thing is the book that Lori is reading. And the book she's reading is called Visions of Glory. And if you look in the thumbnail, it's the book that Squanquin is reading, because that book has had a huge impact on this entire story beyond even just Chad and Lori. It's like a whole life. It's taken on a whole thing of its own there. Let me look and see if I can find, maybe you guys have seen it. So let me know. I'll look for it just in case. Let me know if you've seen it or if you haven't seen it rather.
Was arrested on some charges.
Okay. And so, but they were in Kauai when?
They were married in Kauai on November 5th of 2019. And after being contacted by the Rexburg Police Department for a welfare check on JJ, they traveled the very next day to Kauai.
And so, but this text communication referencing a future together in Kauai was in July of 2019.
Correct.
Again, Tammy Daybell was still alive.
Yes.
Okay, so I do have the video already. That was easy to find. I have no idea. It's a good question, James. Oh no, don't go to sleep. Yeah, right. So I don't know. She's just utilized her resources, apparently, manipulating people, what have you. So let's just, since I've been talking about it, may as well, let's just watch this real quick. There was something else I was going to say. What was it? Anyway, I'm going to have to hold on the banner. Which sister, Lolly or Stacy? Okay, give me just a second to move this thing because there's a long crime. All right. Perfect. Almost perfect. Let me just. Yeah. Remember how twist. Remember how I keep referencing how there's two sisters that both have suspicious circumstances? Those are the two, Lolly and Stacy. Stacy was an adult. Lolly was like a baby. And there's suspicious circumstances that involve Lori for both of them. Okay, so let's watch this.
How's it going? Are you standing, Lori? This is all you can serve.
So you can see Visions of Glory right there on her little, whatever you call that chair thing.
Do you have any questions regarding that?
What the fuck?
It is 14:39 hours on January 25th.
Here, read this. Incredible. So what this says is they have to like produce the kids or they're going to jail. For real. Yes, facts. It is facts. It's facts. I always tell people that are from other countries, like if they come to the US, I say stay away from, don't go to Idaho, don't go to Wisconsin, and probably stay out of Massachusetts as well.
Do you need something?
Any questions?
You have any questions for that? No?
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Have a nice day.
Have a nice day. How's it going? Are you chatting, Lori?
Okay, this is an alternate angle, I guess.
This is all you, sir.
You look better there.
You have any questions regarding that?
So it is 14:39 hours on January 25th.
Good night, Tina.
Any questions?
You have any
You need
questions for
something
that?
from me. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Sorry. Hold on. No. How do I go back? Why? I was trying to rewind it because you can see her stupid malachite ring. Hold on. Let me, how do I stop it? Freaking YouTube auto thinged. It auto thinged. Okay, hang on. Okay. I want to pause it on her ring.
Any questions?
You have any questions?
Hold on.
Do you need something?
Any questions?
There it is. It's green. So the one that we saw in her hearing was black. That must have been a rubber replacement. There it is. There's the stupid ring. There it is. Now remember, as we see Chad sitting here, remember, we're going to actually hear it in their text messages. This whole thing about Chad going through a transformation. Y'all have seen the pictures of him before, right? Where the way he dressed and his style and his weight and everything. And through meeting Lori and then their blossoming, to quote Agent Hart, relationship, you know, he starts working out, he starts dieting, he starts getting like highlights, he starts dressing differently. So this is Chad at his peak. I think he even references it himself in these texts as like his beach bod or something. It's insane. So just be prepared for that. They talk about that in the text messages as well. So there was something else I was going to comment on. Yeah. So what were you referencing? So Tonka was saying about the death penalty. So it changed your opinion because they can't do it right. You're saying like botched executions. What happened with the baby one? I don't remember. We can totally go through and deep dive all this stuff, guys, if you guys want to. I honestly don't remember, but we can totally like that. The circumstances surrounding her upbringing and the Lolly and Stacy and stuff could be like that. Like one could spend a lot of multiple live streams going through all that history. So we could totally do that. I don't remember off the top of my head. And I don't even think I could find it doing a Google search. I'd have to go back through deep diving the information provided by like the family members and stuff. It just wouldn't be easy to do while live streaming, but we can totally do it if you guys are interested. It is it's fascinating to me. Oh, right. Yes, they don't have that right. I agree. That's also peak Lori, right? I know. The two of them think they're gods right now. Remember, they literally think they're like gods right now. It's crazy, like legit. Yeah. Also, I'm all for it. Like the guillotine. You know, for anyone who doesn't know this, like I'm a huge fan of the medieval times. I'm a medieval nerd or whatever. Like I love history and anyway, medieval Tudor England, shit like that. So you know, I'm all for the guillotine. Okay, so now we're back here.
Was there anything else of significance on this particular slide?
No.
Moving to slide 30, what, if any, significance did this text communication have to you?
This series of texts is significant in that it is a positive affirmation that of their belief that Tylee is possessed by some sort of entity, and Lori Vallow is asking Chad Daybell to check on Tylee to see if that entity has been switched from her body.
In line 2276, was there also a reference to JJ?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in a text communication initiated by Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell, correct?
Yes.
And then line 2244 is a text communication from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell wanting Chad to check on Tylee.
Correct.
Okay. And then 2243, again, was a text from Lori Vallow initiating to see if Tylee was switched.
Yes.
Okay. And so when switched, just so that we're clear, in context of the defendant's communications, how did the defendant's communications use the word switched?
That was used to indicate one evil entity leading the body to potentially be possessed by another.
And this is a text communication initiated by Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell.
Yes.
Anything else of significance in this text line?
Do I need to read it in the record?
Thank you. I apologize. I missed that one. Yes, please.
Line 2276 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Good morning. Missing you. Didn't sleep much. Need you to check JJ. Weird stuff happened in the middle of the night. It's like they distracted us with Blake. Line 2244 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. When you get home, check Tylee. She is being super sweet and helpful, and she cleaned her room. She got switched.
This is wild. This is really gross and sick. Like they're saying that because Tylee's like cleaning her room and being sweet, they think that she got switched with some other demon thing.
Line 2244 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. When you get home, check Tylee. She is being super sweet and helpful, and she cleaned her room. She got switched. Totally not her. Line 2243 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. See if she got switched. Line 2241 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Yes, she was switched. Please let me know when you can talk, and I will explain it.
You know, I hope not.
Now, turning to
I really, you know, it's like on one hand, I'm like, you know, I could see it happening. On the other hand, I'm like, no, I doubt it. Here, if it wasn't happening, here's what I think would be the reason. Because of his dedication to Lori and her power over him. It wouldn't be for anything other than potentially that. But I see what you're saying, and I could see that. Yeah, I could see that, Tonka, unfortunately.
a conversation on July 26, 2019. Do you see that reflected in slide 31?
Yes.
Okay. And that proceeds into slide 32, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you include this series of text communications in your summary?
This is, again, an occasion where Lori Vallow is asking Chad Daybell to check on her children based on their behaviors.
Could you read slide 31 into the record, please?
Line 2120, text from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. How are things at home? Line 2119, from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. She's fine. Need you to check JJ. She said he was calm and he watched movies all day, which he would never do. Line 2118, from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Missing you.
Proceeding on to the text communication on slide 32. Could you read those into the record?
Line 2117, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Missing you too. It is still JJ. I'm told she is lying about him being calm and watching movies. Line 2101, text from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Mel knew. She called me. She felt the real Brighton last night and knew she was different. She was told I didn't want to tell her. She is taking well and knowing it is part of a big plan. She is amazing, although I'm still pretty upset over it. I love you. Trying to hang in there, missing your kisses.
Now, between slide 31 and 32, why did you include these particular text communications in addition to checking on JJ and Tylee. Why did you include these two slides?
Oh yeah, I agree.
I included them because of the references to JJ and then the other reference to Brighton, who is another of Melanie Boudreaux's children. Based on the content of that text, appears that Brighton has now been designated as being possessed by an entity.
Right. That's a good
And you say Melanie Boudreaux's children. Was that child's father Brandon Boudreaux?
Correct.
Now, it also says there's the word big plan. In context of the defendant's communications, what did big plan refer to?
It referred to
Yeah.
those things that would take place in the future that were being planned by Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
Now, did you review the iCloud for discussion of a plan or future together?
Yes, there are several references which I have included in the summary presentation to plans and the future.
And that use of the word plan was used by Lori Vallow and Chad
Now,
Daybell.
again, you guys, this is why I mentioned we could do like a whole deep dive. I will say, there's a weird dynamic that, again, Megan Connor, who was one of Lori's cousins that was really close with their family growing up, spent a lot of time with them, speaks about this weird dynamic that Lori's whole family had. And it came from her mom. Well, both her parents had their own things going on, but Janice, as in Lori's mom, Janice, right, had a weird thing. I'm trying to remember all what it was. It was things like she would maybe walk around the house naked with the blinds open or shit like that. And like had a weird thing about, there was a lot of sexual like overtones that were really made other people feel uncomfortable that were like within the family. But also there was like a weirdness between the women, as in like, this is just my best recollection of this, of like as if like Janice hated Lori and the daughters, right? And it was like this whole thing. And then when Megan, one of the cousins, right, was like over and was around Lori and the sisters, there was also like a weirdness. I'm trying to think of how to explain it. It was like a shaming of other women, okay, and their bodies. I remember Megan telling this story one time about how they were going to like wear bikinis and go to the pool. And I don't remember all the ins and outs of it, but there was something that happened that was really weird. I remember being like, that's really fucking weird. And there were a number of stories that were like this, where Lori's behavior was like, there was a family dynamic, right? Again, of like this weirdness around the women and like hatred of women. But then there was also separate stories of Lori just doing things that would come across as probably antisocial personality disorder-ish, even when they were young. So I'm bringing that up because that was kind of the first thing I went to with the Tylee's remains, because getting that family background changes how you could perceive that. And but you wouldn't, it's really from a psychological like perspective, like it's really important in understanding this woman here on the screen. But also there's a biblical element to it, right? So, who knows? Let me see what you guys are saying here. I think it's possible that Lori and Alex banged as well. There's a lot of testimony that I think that even came out in the trial, right? About how their relationship was really weird. But yeah, again, you hear a lot more of that too from some of the other sources that don't come in at trial, like the family stories and stuff. Sorry, I just didn't see that comment yet there, Heather. But yeah, I do think that it's possible. Yeah, they had a real weird thing going on. The sexual inappropriateness between family members, just there's an overlap there with George and Casey Anthony and, and differently. Like, in other words, just to say, like, I don't think that, like, I guess what's the word I'm looking for? Maybe like incestual. Rather, it's somewhat of a family culture where it's like, and when you're dealing with LDS too, you've got to imagine you've got people who are already predisposed to following what is established for them by their family and by their religion and all that. So that adds another element to it where like the whole family, remember they have like, you know, they have a lot of siblings and all that. It's like the whole family had this whole thing going on, but it was like a special, like especially weird between Lori and Alex. So I guess I'm just making a distinction. Maybe I wouldn't call it consensual per se, but both ways kind of versus, you know, whatever was going on with fucking like George, you know, I don't know that that's received in the same manner. But anywho, that's interesting. And he's not. I don't even think that's possible. Yeah, totally. It's like these people who say I was sent to do this or God chose me. Right. Yep. Hi, Meg. Welcome. Join the party. Party Central.
Correct.
Any idea how many times?
No.
Okay. Turning to communications, also on July 26, 2019, reflected in slide 33.
That's wild.
Why did you include these particular?
I don't think you could even be married to a non. That is shocking. I've never heard of that. That's crazy. I don't know how she's pulled that off. Has her family disowned her? Jeff H's wife? I'm shocked, really.
Communications.
July 26, 2019 was the day that Chad Daybell flew home after having spent a few days with Lori Vallow in Arizona. And this is the message that he sent to, these are the messages that he sent to Lori Vallow upon his return to his home in Rexburg, Idaho.
Could you please read those into the record?
Sure. Line 2066 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I'm home, missing you immensely and feeling very tired, but I had a splendid time with you, my love. I will text again soon. Line 2059 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow.
Who uses the word splendid? Fucking hell.
Tonight I figured out who I feel like. I'm a grown-up version of Harry Potter.
There it is. Literally, I was just thinking, boy, I wonder when we're going to get to the Harry Potter. And then there it is. Amazing.
With you, my love. I will text again soon. Line 2059 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Tonight I figured out who I feel like. I'm a grown-up version of Harry Potter who has to live with the Dudleys in his little space under the stairs. Every few weeks I get to escape and have amazing adventures with my goddess lover, but then I have to return to my place under the stairs, feeling trapped. But I sense permanent freedom is coming.
As of July 26, 2019, Chad Daybell was still.
Freedom. I was saying you can't make this shit up. I mean, remember, we have the other one that we haven't heard yet. We'll be hearing at some point. There's the whole thing about Satan Taco shipping to Alaska thing.
Married to Tammy Daybell.
Correct.
Okay.
Nothing like trial.
Anything else of significance as to slide 33?
No.
Okay. Turning to communications that you included from July 27th from the Lolitime account on slides 34 and on slide 34. Why did you include this text communication?
I included this because of, again, a reference to the timing of the events that took place in this case.
And when you say a reference to events that took place, what particular events took place that these would reference?
The events I'm referring to are the crimes that are alleged in this case.
And so could you read slide 34 into the record, please?
Line 2043 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. From Mel B. From Father. My sweet daughter, you have done well. I am very pleased. You have been prepared for every moment and surrounded by those who love you. You need not fear the future happenings, for they are strategically placed out for your benefit. Be at peace and be still. Enjoy the little things. Have no fear of the unknown or of people's choices. You have overcome all. Things will be fast-paced and you are ready. I love you so much. Godspeed. Now, don't mind if I speed things up a bit. Line 2042 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. That is a very nice message Mel B received. I won't mind at all if he speeds things up a bit. Line 2038 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Yes, I miss holding you in my arms, caressing and kissing you. I feel Mel's message was meant for us too. You are so wonderful.
Can you explain to us why you chose to include these texts in your summary?
There's a reference to a timeline, and speeding those things up.
Okay. And who was the reference to from Father?
That is a reference.
I'm going to object. Is this a speculative, Judge?
Sustained.
In your review of the iCloud account and the defendant's Lori Vallow's communications with Chad Daybell and others, were there references referring to one or more of the co-conspirators as dad or father?
Yes.
And in the references between Lori Vallow and her co-conspirators, who did dad or father mean?
Chad Daybell.
Is that a reference to father from Melanie Boudreaux in line 2043?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, it misstates the testimony. It misstates what's actually being read here.
I'll overrule the objection at this point. There was a foundation laid for the comment, and you can delve into that on cross if you like, Mr. Thomas.
Very good.
Anything else of significance on this that you want to make sure we review?
No.
Turning to the next slide, 35. I see you included a series of communications. Why did you include this section?
These texts are indicative of the relationship between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
Could you please read the text that you included in to the record?
Line 1935 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Are you mad, sad, what? Line 1934 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow.
Here we go. They're getting into a fight. Oh my God. First fight.
I'm doing okay, just no privacy here to hardly text, and I'm missing you immensely. I feel good about the trip. Line 1933 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I need a distraction while I'm waiting for you. I love you. Line 1932 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Absolutely. I think you'll have a fun time.
And so you indicated that text communication seemed to be indicative in context of your review of the entire iCloud of the relationship between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. How so?
At this point, we are a few weeks after Charles Vallow's death, and Lori indicates to Chad that she is waiting for him and is going to be taking a trip as a distraction while she's waiting.
And from your review of the evidence, did you see whether or not Lori took a trip?
Yes,
Where did she go?
the coast of California.
Ms. Smith, and I hate to interrupt, but before you publish the next slide, could I confirm that was the slide that had some potentially personal identifier information that needed to be redacted or have that removed? Would you confirm that before it's published, please?
Yes, Your Honor, it did. I can simply ask. It did not get redacted. However, it's pretty small. Can I redact it after, or do you want me to skip it and come back to it after a break?
Just make sure it's not published, please.
Okay.
Until it's been redacted.
Okay. Agent, if you could, on the next slide there appears, and I'm going to do a little leading here just to avoid publishing, if I may. Okay. On the next slide, there appears to be some documents that were found in the SMS, which included documents of life insurance policy. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Okay. Can you tell us what those documents are?
Those are two photographs, MMS messages that Lori Vallow sent to Chad Daybell, and they are the screenshots of life insurance policy showing the change of beneficiary from Lori Vallow to Kay Woodcock.
And the date on the images sent would reflect that they were in the.
Tonka says it's not hard to figure out what people are working on in this community. Are you saying the LDS community? The only family member of Lori's that was in with like the Chad and Lori and Julie Rowe group was Alex, but they kind of indoctrinated him. The rest of the family was LDS, but they were not, I think they're actually not even living in the same place. You're talking about what's the TCC? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I'm not really privy to some of that. You know, for me, it's like, if it's true and it's crime related, it's law. You know what I mean? So, you know, while there is sometimes some overlap, obviously, between like true crime and law, I guess, I think there is sort of a difference. I don't know how you guys would probably phrase it, but yeah, some sort of a difference in terms of how people handle things. Oh, it's about the 911 call. Okay. Feel free to let me know in the chat, because as you guys know, sometimes I'm not privy on all this. We touched on it earlier, and I was just like, I don't see how it's real. Tonka says that I'm different. That's why. Well, thank you. I guess that you mean that as a compliment. But I'm glad that you appreciate my perspective. Yeah, I mean, I didn't even know about it, but like Twiz was texting me about it, and I was like, I'd heard rumblings the other day, but then I was like, it's not real. Like, there's just no way. I don't know. I still don't understand it, but you know, it'll be interesting to see what the fallout is. I mean, that's what I'm waiting to see what happens, right? Because like somebody should be getting in trouble, I feel like. But long story, I haven't even listened to it. I heard like some of it, but I was like half listening. To me, the contents of the call didn't matter nearly as much as it doesn't make sense that this exists, and so it can't be real. So therefore, why would I put energy into listening to it? You know what I mean? Oh, he didn't say that he called you, but it doesn't surprise me. I actually almost called him in reference to the call because we were texting about it, but then I didn't have time because I had students. But y'all feel free to let me know what it is that if something's going on that you think is, you know, that I should be privy to so that I can stay up to speed as far as it pertains to whatever people are doing. Like, all I'll say is this. If people think that that call is real, and so people are like going all up in arms of like, oh my God, and like they're putting a bunch of stock in that phone call being real, I feel bad for them because I think that's a lot of I think that's wasting a lot of time and energy because I don't see how it is real. But whether it is or not, it's like eventually there should be confirmation, right? I don't see how it's real, right? But again, like I'm not going to bother even listening to it until it's like on the fucking docket of like call released. Here it is, right? You see, you know what I mean? Because why would I bother, you know? So.
The iCloud or sent in the iCloud on July 28th of 2019. I'm reading from the slide. Image sent from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell, July 28th, 2019, 9:40 p.m., line 89. Does that sound accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's a second image sent a minute later on July 28th, line 88, reflecting another page and the beneficiary of Kay Woodcock.
Yes.
All right. Why did you include those images in your summary?
Chronologically, the life insurance issue had been discussed between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow on 2 prior occasions, and this sort of concludes that as the photos that she sent to Chad Daybell to show that beneficiary change.
And so Lori is discussing the beneficiary on her now dead husband's life insurance with Chad Daybell.
Correct.
And then sending him proof of the change of beneficiary.
Yes.
You and I will skip past that and then we'll redact it and we can request permission to publish it at a later date.
All right.
Thank you. Now, turning to a text communication on July 29th, 2019. Do you see that on slide 37?
I do.
Okay. Why did you include this text communication in your summary?
I included it because of its references to causing pain to children.
Okay. Can you please read those the text communications into the records?
Line 1877 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. One question. Do you want me to cause pain yet to those 2 threes you're writing with? Line 1876 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Probably hold off on then till we arrive. They will be mistake to deal with, but I'll text you if they start acting up and we can zap them. Line 1875 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Miserable, not mistake. Line 1872 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Sounds great. Yes, if they are going to act up, we'll at least give them a reason to scream. I love, cherish, treasure, and adore you. The wonderful memories just keep coming back. You are mesmerizing. Raphael is one lucky guy.
Now, on July 29th.
Oh, wow. So Raphael, so let's listen to this. We're going to back this up a second. Twiz, I just had a question. So Twiz, why do you hope it's real? Meg, why do you think it's real?
Vallow, one question. Do you want me to cause pain yet to those 2 threes you're writing with? Line 1876 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Probably hold off on then till we arrive. They will be mistake to deal with, but I'll text you if they start acting up and we can zap them. Line 1875 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Miserable, not mistake. Line 1872 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Sounds great. Yes, if they are going to act up, we'll at least give them a reason to scream. I love, cherish, treasure, and adore you. The wonderful memories just keep coming back. You are mesmerizing. Raphael is one lucky guy.
Now, on July 29th, was this the time I think you had mentioned Lori Vallow was getting ready to take a trip?
Raphael's another name for Chad. Allegedly, the feds. Okay, well, first of all, if it's alleged, then I would say that that doesn't verify that it's real. But also, where did this information come from? It's like, okay, to me, if some information came from SG, Steve Gonzalez. Like I don't even pay. I don't have any idea what they're saying. I don't pay any attention to it. It wouldn't. I just tune that shit out. And surely the feds wouldn't have announced it. So and again, it's not on the docket. I'm so confused. And I remember Twiz telling me that Judge Hipler said that it hasn't been released. But also I looked it up again when there were first whiffs of this, like the other day. I looked it up and it was like everything on the record is like it's not been released, even though obviously I'm like, I know it's not been released because it's not on the thing. It's still sealed. So
Yes.
Okay. Who was she on that trip with?
oh right,
Melanie
there's that
Boudreaux and her
letter.
children.
Okay.
Right, there's that letter. But that letter makes no fucking sense. And it was only from today. But the letter makes literally no sense. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if the letter was fabricated, honestly. It doesn't make sense because the 911 call wouldn't fall under the non-dissemination order anyway. None of that makes any fucking sense. And why would that one dude get to make a decision? It just doesn't make sense.
Were Lori Vallow's children with her?
I am not sure if Tylee was present. JJ was with her.
Okay. And so when there's a reference to the 2 3s you're writing with in context of the defendant's communications and her statements to Melanie Boudreaux and her co-conspirator Chad Daybell, who did you believe those 2 3s were?
Objection is calling for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you review Lori Vallow's communications with Chad Daybell and Melanie Boudreaux about this trip to California?
Yes.
Okay. And in that communication, did you have a chance to learn who was riding in cars with her?
They took one car with Melanie Boudreaux's children and JJ. Again, I'm not sure if Tylee was present.
Okay. And we've seen previous text communications referencing Blake or
I
Brighton.
will just say, it wouldn't surprise me if, let's just say, I'm just going to say for hypothetical, let's just say for hypothetical that you fabricate a 911 call. And let's just say that everybody's asking questions like, where did this come from? Why is there nothing like all the questions, right? And so then you need something to back it up now that you've already been talking about it, right? Well, wouldn't that possibly be a reason to generate said letter after the fact? That makes no sense. Has anybody I feel like I'm asking no questions, but like, has anybody looked into on that letter, there's an address, there's a bunch of names, there's there's plenty of info. One could easily go and deep dive and see, is this like legit? Or even like, I think there's even a fucking phone number, right? But anyway, I'm just saying, like, and where did that even come from and who obtained it? Okay, I have questions.
Or JJ as being possessed, correct?
We haven't seen communications yet regarding JJ being possessed, but yes, to Brighton and Blake.
Okay. And so did you have an opinion on who the 3s were that were in the car in light of the communications?
Brighton and Blake.
Okay. Why did you include this particular text string in the communications between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow?
The references to hurting children and giving them a reason to scream are relevant.
Okay. In any of these references, and I think you've mentioned a couple of times that concept, did you ever see Lori Vallow protest? Like, don't do that?
No.
Turning to additional communication on July 29th, 2019, why did you include this series of communications outlined on slide 38?
This is the final communication regarding this life insurance issue with Charles Vallow.
Could you please read slide 38 into the record, please?
Yes. Line 1844 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. From Kay in response to what I sent Larry. Are you angry at me? Charles did this. I told him I didn't want to be party to it. BC. Somehow I'd be made out to be the bad guy. Low. All I can say is he must have had a reason to do this regardless of what I said. INS company called me to notify that I'm beneficiary. Wanting JJ for memorial has nothing to do with money. We want him here even though he won't know what's going on because it's a memorial service for his dad. We feel when someone passes that their children attend services to meet/visit with people that love them in life.
And that's exactly what I literally said verbatim. Literally said when I talked about this earlier, that it's not up to Whitcomb to decide. Yep, that's literally what I said. And that's why this doesn't sit right with me. I was actually just pulling up the letter again now. That's 100% literally what I said. BC,
we miss him, period. You have the only say in this matter. If for no other reason, you and I should be able to get along with each other. It doesn't need to be hostile. We miss him so much. I'll leave in the morning to get him if you'd allow it. I'm begging you, please. Line 1839 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Interesting message from Kay. She doesn't seem inclined to share the money. Hopefully Larry wants to talk to you. Line 1838 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. They are jerks. I was going to say, I hope you are going to give all the money to the kids and not keep it for yourself, but it's fruitless. I'm not responding ever.
And so you included this as sort of the end of the discussion on the life insurance of Charles Vallow.
That's right.
After this, did you ever find any evidence that Lori Vallow responded to any messaging, text, emails, MMS to Kay Vallow? I mean, Kay Woodcock.
I did not.
Okay. Did you include this for any other reason?
No.
Your Honor, I certainly can keep going. We have a substantial amount more, but I'm transitioning to a new area. Do you want to take a morning break now or just keep going?
Yeah, let's go ahead and take our morning recess.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
So we'll be in recess till 10:35.
All right, please.
Okay, we're going to go forward through the recess.
How close either Tammy or JJ were to death.
Oh, I wonder if they edited the recess out. Hold on. Maybe I went too far then. Or they might have just chopped it down shorter. Who's romancing people with storms? Oh, dear. Remember, there's George emojis, guys. The way that the call should be released so that everyone can trust that it's legitimate is it should be released through the court when it is ready, when it, like, unsealed, right? Just like we looked at earlier. Remember how it said the thumb drive with the audio file is sealed? It's sealed. That's just like how, remember, like for example, the 911 call transcript or the IGG hearing, all this shit that's been sealed. You know, there's been all these documents that are sealed. Y'all know, obviously, all the motions limited, they're sealed and then they're unsealed, right? That's transparency that you can rely on because at least it's, and even if you're like, yeah, there's fuckery going on with the cases, right? But the way that you can trust that it's happening is because of the documents, right? And not to mention the documents is what matters. That's what's going to be, that's laying the framework for the trial. So does that make sense? Like, that's for me, the transparency I'm waiting for is for shit to be unsealed from the court. Oh my God.
Noreen Vallow, after the morning break,
now
the
I'm
chairs
back.
are all
Yay.
properly seated. Ms. Smith, you can continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Now, Agent, I'm turning to the next slide, which is slide 39, and a conversation that appears to have occurred, or at least been a part of it, on July 30th, 2019. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Why did you include this conversation, and I suspect it goes into the next slide, on slide 40 in your summary?
This slide, and there's two subsequent slides that contain this text string, is critically important in that it
What do you mean,
clarifies
Liz?
death
What do
percentages
you mean?
and contains valuable information as it relates to
Look at what
JJ and
says
Tammy
there.
Daybell and their stated death percentage.
Could you read us slide 39 and include it into the record?
Yes. Line 1781 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I got the inspiration to go back to my original death percentages that helped us track Charles, Ned, etc. Tammy is very close. Her percentage has fallen steadily since Hiplos left. It is encouraging.
Oh, Hiplos! Yay! Remember when I was like, there's a second name for Charles and I couldn't remember what it was? Oh my God. Hiplos, thank God. Right, Hiplos is one of the most important characters. It's spelled Hiplos. There's been great debate about whether the H is silent or not. People in the LDS community get spicy about this. I'm gonna go with Hiplos. But yeah, here we go.
Percentages that helped us track Charles, Ned, etc. Tammy is very close. Her percentage has fallen steadily since Hiplos left. It is encouraging. Line 1779 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. What is the percentage now? What about JJ's too? Line 1778 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Tammy is at 3. JJ is at 2. Both are being heavily shielded to stop intruders.
And I move to the next slide.
Line 1777 from Lori Vallow.
As far as the law firm on the letter thing, I just went to the website there, and I went to like it looks like a legitimate website, right? And you can go to the attorney. I mean, I haven't called the phone number, but you can call an email. I certainly have questions. I'm sure I won't be the first person. I'm sure somebody else is doing this, right? Because I would want to call and be like, hey, what's the dealio here? Why did you think you could release this? Because I looked at the attorney and like, I mean, assuming the website's real, he looks like he should know better. So.
To Chad Daybell, 2 and 3%, not 0. Line 1776 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I will explain when we talk. Line 1775 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Okay, still feeling hot for you.
And the next one.
Line 1774 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Yes, we might need to release a little steam when we talk. Anyway, this is the chart that checks what percentage mortals are still in their body. It worked for my friend's wife who died, my neighbor, George Bush, Stan Lee, etc.
Oh boy.
I kind of forgot about it because we've been dealing with zombies and
Mortals.
demonic entities. But this afternoon, Tammy said she felt lightheaded, as if her body and spirit weren't connected. Line 1773.
Now they're getting into the excuses to kill Tammy.
From Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I will update the list and figure out Brandon, Adam, and others.
Do you want me to include the next series of communications or stop with these 3?
I believe this slide is the conclusion of this particular text string.
And so turning back to the information, can you remind us again, who is Hiplos or Hiplos?
Hiplos is the name of a demonic entity or dark spirit that was alleged to have been inhabiting Tammy Daybell's body.
In your review of the iCloud, what significance did the reference?
Sorry, I thought Hiplos was another Charles name. So I guess we still haven't gotten a second Charles nickname. Hiplos was in Tammy. Oops, sorry guys. It really seems like it had to have been Chad, honestly. But I mean, it seems like she was like asphyxiated, I believe, and it seems like it had to have been Chad. Because like there was other family members like around, not in the room, but like anyway. You think it was Lori's brother? I thought they could put him near the house, but not like. I thought it was Chad.
Hiplos have in this text communication?
It is one of multiple names that were assigned to entities that at any given time inhibited Tammy Daybell's body.
And what about the reference to Charles or Ned?
Those are significant in that it clarifies when the word death percentage is being used, they're talking about the literal physical death of a human being.
And who is the one who initiated the inquiry about the death percentage associated with JJ?
Lori Vallow.
Okay. And
yeah, and that might be why, because it's not clear. Like what I'm saying is this: they can't prove it one way or the other, and it doesn't matter because the charging scheme is co-conspirators, right? So it doesn't even matter. It's like they're all involved equally, right? Even so, that's the thing. So I think that's why they didn't give a name. That's probably why there's some confusion because they can't say for sure. I mean, honestly, even the same goes even with Tylee and JJ, even though it's pretty clear, it seems like that it was Alex, but like, I don't think they can say any of that for sure. So, but just given the context, my interpretation was like Tammy was probably Chad. Didn't they bring up Tammy in Chad's trial? What do you mean? Like her cause and manner of death was homicide and it was asphyxiation, right? And like there was the circumstances about how Chad had this weird story. Like everything that came up in Chad's trial to me indicated Chad did it, like smothered her with a pillow or something. And then tried to make up this story about her like getting tangled up in the sheets, and it was all weird. Like everything in Chad's trial to me pointed to Chad doing it, but you know, they don't have, it's circumstantial, right? And in the end, it doesn't really matter because it's all conspiracy anyway. So, Twiz, I had a question for you that you didn't answer. I was like, what are you talking about with look at what the court says? Like, what are you referencing?
The information about both are being heavily shielded to stop intruders. What did that mean in context of the communication you observed between Lori Vallow and her co-conspirator, Chad Daybell?
I'm not entirely certain the thought process on how they're being heavily shielded.
Did you learn anything about sort of the thought process on how close either Tammy or JJ were to death?
Well, it says Tammy is very close. She's at 3%, and then JJ is at 2%. So 2 and 3%, based on the content of the text, is very close to death.
And what was the defendant's response when she heard they were still at 2 or 3%?
She questioned why they weren't yet at 0.
What significance did these text communications have in terms of your review of the investigation itself?
Given the ultimate deaths of JJ, Tylee, and Tammy Daybell, it was significant in that it speaks about those deaths and that they are close to taking place.
And the person who initiates the desire for it to get to 0 is who?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Could you read for us line 1777?
From Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell, 2 and 3%, not 0.
That was initiated by the defendant to Chad Daybell?
Correct.
And in terms of lines, the slides on slide 41, line 1774 and 1773, why did you include these as part of that conversation?
Well, to have the conversation captured in its totality, but also line 1774 is another verification that they are indeed talking about real, literal deaths.
Honestly,
and he references
this audio though is so much better than Chad's. I was saying, like, I think you weren't here at the beginning of the stream, but I was like saying how with Chad's trial, like there was cameras, but the cameras, the way they had it with the Zoom layout, you couldn't see anything, and the audio was terrible. So for me, I would rather, if we're gonna have to choose, I would rather the good audio, because the audio is good, right? It's clearly clear. But it's like, it sucks if you can't, like, even if the cameras are good, which they weren't in Chad's trial, but even if they are good, if you can't hear what's being said at trial, it's just, there's just like no point. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, the crappy audio sucks. So I am grateful for that.
This is for my friend's
what's
wife.
so funny is, like, at that hearing, Lori was like, I had cameras zoomed in on my face the whole time. I was like, what?
Who died.
And so when you say real, literal deaths, as opposed to what?
As opposed to spiritual death or theoretical death or speaking about death in any terms other than a human being actually dying.
And then, is there anything else that you, any other reason why you included this particular slide in this summary?
Just that in the previous slide, Chad Daybell stated Tammy is very close, and he concluded with Tammy said she felt lightheaded as if her body and spirit weren't connected.
And what information was relevant about that in terms of the investigation?
Your Honor, I don't object. That's answered.
Overruled.
Simply that when someone's body and spirit separate, they die.
So turning to slide 42, do you see those communications also from July 30th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you include this particular set of communications in your summary?
Mainly for the last line, which references the fabulous life that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow are going to have together.
Could you read the contents of slide 42 into the record, please?
Yes, line 1750 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I believe Lilylicious is a terrestrial word that encompasses our time together.
Oh, I
Line
forgot about
1749 from Lori
okay.
Vallow to Chad Daybell.
Right.
Yes, it does.
I forgot about Lily. So that's another one of Lori's nicknames. So she has Elena and she has Lily. And I also forgot about Lilylicious. Oh,
Call me.
ew.
Line 1748 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I love you until then.
Ugh.
Line 1747 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Yes, until then, I love you. Line 1745 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. No worries. Garth just arrived home. I absolutely adore you. We're going to have a fabulous life together.
And so is this another example that you included of them planning for the future and planning their life together?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I see a reference to the word terrestrial, and I also remember from one of the previous slides, there was telestial. In context of your review of Lori Vallow's communications in her iCloud accounts, how were those two words used?
In context of the review, the word telestial is a reference to this world, worldly, the time, place that we live in presently, and terrestrial is a reference to a higher plane of some sort.
Okay. And so when they say Lilylicious is a terrestrial word that encompasses our time together, in this context and in context of your review, what did it mean?
Objection is going to call for speculation.
I don't see enough foundation for him to answer at this point, sir.
Were the words telestial and terrestrial used frequently within the iCloud or on occasion within the iCloud?
Telestial was used quite a bit. Terrestrial was not used nearly as much
Okay. How was telestial used?
in reference to this world.
Okay. And I believe you've told us terrestrial was used in what context, as used by the defendant in her own communications with her co-conspirator.
By Heather there.
With reference to a higher plane, a more elevated place.
And so Lilylicious would be reference to a higher place word encompassing their relationship.
Yes.
Now turning to text communications that are reflected on slide 43, why did you include these communications?
There were some communications in the iCloud that provided insight into Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow's behaviors that were relevant.
And relevant to the investigation and to investigative follow-up?
Relevant just in establishing a pattern of life or how they behaved.
Okay. Could you read to us the contents of slide 43 into the record, please?
Yes, line 1117 from Lori Vallow to an unlisted individual. Panda was good, just got JJ to sleep. Gone to try to take a bath. Ty yelled at me for 30 minutes, then took off in her car. Won't answer me. Line 1116 from unlisted individual to Lori Vallow. That was expected.
In context of the investigation and the iCloud and the communications of the defendant, you said it indicated sort of a pattern of conduct. What did you mean by that?
There were voluminous communications between Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow regarding difficulties that they were having with Tylee as a teenage girl. And this is just one of those communications. Not between Charles Vallow. This takes place after his death, but it's one communication that describes that type of interaction.
Okay. And so in your summary, you tried to include examples of patterns you found throughout the iCloud.
Just a few.
Okay. Now, turning to slide 44, what are we seeing here?
These are two MMS messages. Each is a photograph. One photograph is of Chad Daybell standing next to a portrait of Jesus Christ. The other is a photograph of Alex Cox standing next to the same portrait. And then each of them sent a MMS message to Lori Vallow attached to those photographs.
Could you read to us into the record the MMS text sent to Lori Vallow from Alex Cox?
Line 75 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. Look at the bubbies.
And this was a photograph of Chad Daybell.
Correct.
What the fuck is bubbies?
And it was Chad next to a picture of Jesus.
Yes.
And could you read into the record line 76 of the MMS text message from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow?
Line 76, photograph of Alex Cox, two exalted beings.
And why did you include these in your summary for the jury?
For two reasons. One, to show Chad Daybell and Alex Cox together on August 7th of 2019. And in terms of the religious concepts that were at play in this investigation, the reference to Alex Cox being an exalted being.
And that reference to Alex Cox being an exalted being was sent by Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow.
Correct.
Is there any other reason why you included this particular section?
No.
Okay. Turning to additional communication on August 7th, 2019, slide 45, why did you include this section in your summary?
I included this mainly because of the last text in this string, which indicates that Lori Vallow and Melanie Boudreaux believe their children to be demons.
Okay. Can you read into the record the text communication on page 45?
Yes, line 1399 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I love you. Taking Braxy home now. I'll check on her. Line 1394 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. She is asleep. She put a bunch of holes in the walls and doors. Definitely had demons helping her, probably 1,000. Line 1392 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Mel wants us to come up there tomorrow, but I said next Thursday to Sunday. What do you think? Line 1391 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. We are both so tired of taking care of demons. We are weary.
So Meg is asking about the interview. So from what I've seen, I haven't seen the whole interview released yet. It's just like previews of it. What I saw was the interview Nate Eaton did of Keith Morrison about the interview. And again, they play like little clips, but I don't know that Dateline has put that whole thing on YouTube yet. And I don't have cable. So I feel like when the whole thing surfaces, that will pop up on my YouTube feed like pretty quickly. So many, all of the demons. They're weary.
Please ask the Lord to take them.
In context of your review of the iCloud and the evidence in this case, what significance did that have from an investigative point of view?
The significance is the designation of these children as being demons
I will
being possessed by
say-
some dark entity. And in light of
The Nate Eaton interview with Keith Morrison is really intriguing to hear what Keith's impression was of Lori. If you guys haven't watched it, we can totally watch that as well. It's not very long, but it is very interesting. It's full of surprises, I will say.
what happened with JJ and Tylee, it is relevant to the investigation in its totality.
And looking at line 1391, who is it asking that the Lord take them?
It's a reference to their children.
Okay. And who is making the request that please ask the Lord to take them?
Lori Vallow.
Now, turning to the next lines of communications as reflected on slide 46, why did you include this set of communications in the summary?
This is the first of a number of pages of a text string that chronicles a fight between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell in reference to a trip that Lori Vallow was taking to visit Chad Daybell in Rexburg, Idaho.
Okay. Was that trip able to occur?
Yes.
Okay. And so you included this to sort of document the conversation surrounding that trip?
Yes, and the issues that arose with that trip.
Rexburg was supposed to be the Holy Land for Idaho.
Now let's read those into the record, and then we'll talk about those issues.
Line 1369, text from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreaux. We just had a big fight, probably no go on next week. Line 1368 from Melanie Boudreaux to Lori Vallow. Are you okay? Line 1367 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. My heart is crushed, but I will never stop loving you. Line 1364 from Melanie Boudreaux to Lori Vallow. I love you. If you need to talk at all, just call me. I don't sleep anyways. Hang in there, babe. It was a hard day. Don't let the dumb things here get to you. You know who you are. Praying for our hearts to be made full and for the Lord to execute all things expeditiously.
Before we read the remainder of that sort of text exchange or surrounding that trip, why did you include these particular texts in your summary?
They affirm the relationship between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. This is the first instance of a fight between the two that I was able to observe in the iCloud, and the subsequent texts indicate the fullness of that particular conversation as it relates to this fight.
And what about the phrase, for the Lord to execute all things expeditiously? What did that phrase, how was that phrase important to this text communication in context to the iCloud as you saw it?
And I'll object as to speculative. It's calling for him to speculate.
I'll overrule that.
Melanie Boudreaux and Lori Vallow were very close. Melanie was aware from prior text communications of the Lord's plan for them, and that is a reference to executing that plan.
Now, continuing with that conversation, can you, or that situation as reflected in the iCloud, could you read into the record the text from page 47?
Line 1348 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Missing you. Heading to the girl's funeral. Emma was her teacher and is one of the speakers. This is very difficult, but I will abide by your request to not talk. I hate causing you pain because I love you more than ever. Line 1345 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. You're the best. I hope your day goes well. I adore you. Line 1303 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Absolutely excruciating to be cut off from you. I love you.
If you could you read to us the next few lines on continue down to slide 48?
Yes, line 1302 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Good night. Saddest day of my life. Line 1300 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Grandpa Keith is here. I am supposed to warn you that you are unprotected. The angels are angry that you are ignoring me. I told him to go back, but he says he isn't allowed to. I'm honestly not trying to manipulate you to respond. I understand that you need your space, but they say you have cut me off and the protection I built around your house is gone. I love you and don't want you getting attacked. They said that if you at least give me a thumbs up emoji, it will restore our connection enough to give some protection. Line 1299 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I love you. Line 1298 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Thank you, my love. I will get things restored.
So why did you include these particular communications that are reflected in slide 47 and 48 in the summary of your review?
I included them to demonstrate first the argument that had taken place regarding Lori Vallow coming to Rexburg to visit Chad Daybell, and secondly, to demonstrate how Chad Daybell used religious concepts to manipulate others.
And throughout those text communications from around 11:30 in the morning on August 8th through around 10:02 on August 8th, I see multiple communications from Chad to Lori. Were there many communications from Lori back to him?
No, as is shown, she was ignoring him up until the text at 9:53 p.m.
And so is line 13 his response to being ignored?
Line 1300.
Line 1300, yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. And what significance did Grandpa Keith have to you, if any, in context of that communication?
It's my understanding that Grandpa Keith is deceased, so it's Chad Daybell claiming that a deceased relative was visiting him to.
I'm going to object, move to strike. He's speculating.
Sustained.
So the phrase Grandpa Keith is here. Is that that communication was from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Okay. And then the rest of that, Chad indicates he's supposed to warn her that she's not protected.
Correct.
And in order to provide the protection, she's got to give him a thumbs up or some sort of sign.
Yes.
And does Lori Vallow do that?
Yes.
So this
Is there anything else of significance in that particular
yeah,
set?
so again, that is huge significance, I think.
Is that that communication was from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And then the rest of that, Chad indicates he's supposed to warn her that she's not protected.
Correct.
And in order to provide the protection, she's got to give him a thumbs up or some sort of sign.
Yes.
And does Lori Vallow do that?
Yes.
So that right there is when everything changed for me in terms of this to me is like them basically acknowledging that this whole thing about their special powers and all that is complete and utter bullshit, because clearly it's like just being used to manipulate each other into doing and others, right? But here, it like the fact that he's using this with Lori and Lori acknowledges like, okay, here's the thumbs up, and like that means I get protection. You see what I mean? How that gives so much insight into how they were just using this whole thing as means to an end.
Is there anything else of significance in that particular set of text communications?
No.
Okay. Moving to some communication on August 9th, 2019. Do you see those reflected in slide 49?
I do.
Okay. Can you, what significance did this line of communication have in terms of your summary?
So there's this slide, and this text string continues into the subsequent slide. This is significant in that it is an occasion where we see Chad Daybell designating someone as a dark spirit and Lori Vallow disagreeing with Chad Daybell's designation and making her own designation as to that individual status.
And does it show any pushback or disagreement from Chad on her own designation?
He subsequently agrees to her designation.
Could you please read into the record slide 49 and 50?
Line 1232 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Can you check Nathan Pacheco, see what level he is? Is he light? Line 1231 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Also, Mike Stroud. Mel G
Well, the
thinks he went
insurance
dark, but
money?
I think he's light.
The insurance money, I don't think was the sole motivation, because otherwise it would have only been to kill Charles, right? Especially when she knew ahead of time that he had changed the beneficiary, right? I think that, you know, the state included that, right, in their case for motive. But I think that it's clear to me that, like, to me anyway, especially because, again, it wasn't just Charles that they killed. They killed the spouses that were in the way and the kids that were in the way of them being able to have their teenage-like fantasy life together, right? So I don't think the insurance money is really all that much a part of it.
Line 1229 from
Like,
Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow.
For
I will check
example, even if the beneficiary hadn't been changed to where Lori would have been the beneficiary, even if that had been the case, the fact that they still killed Tammy and the kids would indicate to me that that was not the biggest motivation.
Those two. Line 1226 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Any guesses on Pacheco? Line 1225 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Just tell me. Line 1224 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. 4.1 dark.
And slide 50?
Line 1222 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Nope, I get 5.1 light. Part of our team. Line 1221 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. We'll go with your answer. Line 1220 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Why? What's wrong with your picker? Line 1219 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. What about Mike Stroud? Seriously. Line 1218 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. He's done a great infiltration job.
And so you indicated that this reflected an exchange on rating people. Why did you include this particular exchange?
Traditionally, Chad Daybell was the one who would designate people as he would give these light or dark scores. This is an occasion where Lori Vallow disagrees with his score and designates her own score.
Okay. And again, it appears that Chad Daybell specifically said, we'll go with your answer.
Correct.
Turning to the next set of communications from August 10th, can you tell us why you included the communications that are reflected on slide 50?
Yes, so this is a fairly lengthy text string that encompasses this slide and the next 5 slides.
The money for Tammy, though, was very minimal.
I included these communications because they are critically important in providing clarity as it relates to what ultimately happened to Tylee and JJ.
Let's start with, could you read into the record slide 51?
Line 1177, please check JJ. I'm sorry, line 1177 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Please check JJ. He just woke up saying crazy stuff and won't go back to sleep.
Oh boy.
He is talking to Blake. It's weird. Line 1175 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. JJ is still JJ. I am told his spirit recognizes Blake is evil and is unsettled by him. Line 1172 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow.
More interesting.
Hi, my love. How is JJ now? Line 1171 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. He's better. He was just up talking nonsense for like 2 hours last night. I'm sure they were bugging him. Is he at 0 yet? I miss you.
Oof.
Do you want to read the next one and circle back, or do you want to take a minute to talk about why you included this set?
Why don't we read the entire text string in its totality and then circle back?
Okay. So turning to slide 52, could you please read slide 52 into the record?
Line 1170 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Yes, he's at 0. He probably was partly through the veil, talking to people both light and dark. Line 1169 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Maybe he was talking to the real Blake. Line 1167 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Yes, that was the real Blake.
And continuing on the conversation in line 53, slide 53.
Line 1165 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Do you think there is a perfectly orchestrated plan to take the children? And we just have to wait for it to be carried out. Line 1164 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I feel lost, like I should be doing something to help. Line 1161 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. There is a plan being orchestrated for the children. I was shown last night how it fit together, but it has been taken from my mind, of course.
Slide 54.
Line 1159 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. What should I be doing? Line 1158 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. You are doing everything right, my love. The Lord told me she is right on track. He said to just keep resolving the telestial issues so you are unencumbered and fully free. Line 1155 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. That actually feels good that JJ was talking to the real Blake, getting close. When I was sitting across from him eating bacon, I sensed he was barely attached to his body.
Bacon.
And slide 55.
Line 1125 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. You are so incredible. In many ways, your mission has barely begun. Line 1124 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. As long as it ends with you, it's all good. Line 1123 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Yes, cheek to cheek, loin to loin. It isn't very far away, my love. Line 1120 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I wish I could see with you and be cheek to cheek.
And so let's go back.
There's one more slide in the
Here's
text.
the next one. Okay.
Line 1118 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow.
There's been no question asked.
Moving on to read line slide 56. Could you read that in the record?
I'll have a
please?
ruling on my objection.
Well, the objection was there's no question, and so council just asked a new question, so it's resolved.
Line 1118 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I seriously cannot stop crying. I was allowed to feel my own emotions I will experience as you sing to them, and the love, admiration, and reverence I have for you are indescribable. Everything we do together is going to be spectacular. Line 1117 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I can't wait. Literally can't wait. I have no patience. I want you now. Line 1113 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I'm certainly your biggest fan. I love you, Lily. Hold on, my sweet angel. We are so close to the finish line. Line 1112 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I'm trying. Line 1111 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. We'll make it.
And then there are some heart emojis at the end of that one and dancing people emojis.
Yes.
God. Guys, there's a new iOS update.
And so taking a step back at these text communications on August 10th, 2019, starting with slide 51. Who is it who initiates the conversation in text form about JJ Vallow?
Lori Vallow.
And what significance did this set of communications have in terms of your review and summary of iCloud's?
You're not going to object. I think these texts speak for themselves.
Also stand on objection.
Thank you.
Agent, in preparing summary exhibits, how do you pick the particular slides or communications you include?
based on their relevance in comparison with the entirety of the investigation.
Quiz asked a good question. I wonder how they got Alex to kill people. So that we know it came up in the trials. I don't remember if it comes up with this because this agent's just reading the text messages, but basically it might come up at some point, but essentially by manipulating him, like they invited him into their like little circle, and then basically through Chad being like, you're special, you have a special role, and the role that he was assigned, the role that Chad assigned Alex was as Lori's protector. And actually one of the things that was played in the trial was this blessing that Chad gave Alex. They play the recording of it where it's like they're like all super emotional. It's like it's as if God himself was bestowing this role on Alex, and his role was also as a warrior. He was considered to be a warrior for God or whatever, and like Lori's protector. And by basically saying this is a huge honor, this is your purpose in life, you can kind of see where it goes from there to this is your job and right? If that makes sense.
Investigation and all of the information that has been developed during the course of that investigation.
I'm going to object to his characterization of relevance. I think that's a legal conclusion.
Overruled.
Thank you. And so in picking these sets of text communication from the iCloud, what relevance did these have to the investigation itself?
They were inquiries by Lori Vallow regarding JJ's death percentage and Chad Daybell's response to those inquiries.
Okay. And so in the defendant and her co-conspirators' words, what was JJ's death percentage?
He was at 0.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
And in terms of now that the text message reflected that JJ was at 0, what did the text text from Lori Vallow reflect her response was upon her hearing her son was at 0?
Again, Judge asked and answered.
That's been asked and answered.
Okay. Who initiated the inquiry about a perfectly orchestrated plan to take the children?
Lori Vallow.
Okay. Who initiated the question on whether they have to wait for it to be carried out?
Lori Vallow.
Okay. Who initiated the conversation about what actions they could take to further the plan?
Again, Judge, I'm going to object. Text speak for themselves.
Overruled.
Right, correct. No, it's that fuck. Now I can't remember if it's supposed to be 0% or 99% or 100%. I can't fucking remember which one it is. I feel like they say both and they contradict themselves with it. I feel like sometimes it's 0%, sometimes it's 100. It's like when they're like 99%, it's like, oh, because they're almost 100%. I feel like they use both. By the way, I just looked it up, and the full interview is not out yet on YouTube of Keith Morrison with Lori. It's just clips still. But I did go ahead and get ready the interview of Nate Eaton asking Keith Morrison about that experience, so we can watch that too.
Vallow.
Who initiated communications about what further actions they could do to further plans on telestial issues?
Lori Vallow.
Okay. And remind us again, what is telestial issues?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. And so telestial means earthly issues?
Objection asked and answered.
That's leading and sustained.
Okay. And so
interesting. So he said objection asked and answered, and then Judge Boyce said it's leading sustained. Great example. We've talked a lot about this because of Karen Reed with the objections, right? So essentially, Lori's attorney made the wrong objection, and the Judge Boyce. I think it happened so quickly that Judge Boyce assumed he made the right objection, and he affirmed it by repeating it, although it wasn't the same objection. But a good example of where usually if the attorney makes the wrong objection, you would normally overrule, right?
In view and context of the entire iCloud that you reviewed, the defendant's own words and her statements to the co-conspirators, what did the defendant's words or the co-conspirators' words about unencumbered and fully free mean?
Definitely there was some jealousy.
It is a reference to...
Hold on, let me back it up. This part's important. Unencumbered and fully free. Okay, speaking of the kids and motivation to kill them, here we go, and spouses for that matter. Unencumbered and fully free.
Words or the co-conspirators' words about unencumbered and fully free mean?
It is a reference to whatever issues are present in Lori Vallow's life that are...
I'm going to object. He's speculating.
I'll sustain that.
Did you see conversation from the defendant in her own words with Chad Daybell or Alex Cox or others about having burdens in their life or barriers or obstacles?
Objection vague.
Overruled.
Yes.
And so in understanding that the defendant herself and her co-conspirators talked about having burdens and barriers or obstacles in context of their own words, what did the phrase unencumbered and fully free mean?
To be free from those barriers or obstacles.
And looking at the text communications on slide 55, is this a reference to their future together?
Correct.
Now, if you could take a look at slide 57, can you tell us why you included the contents of slide 57 in your summary?
To illustrate the relationship between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
Can you, and this text communication happened right at the end or around the time of the text communications about JJ being at 0?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read into the record slide 57, please?
Okay, 0. Okay, I'm only seeing previews of the interview of the Twiz. I'm not seeing a 3-hour or anything related, but if you think you've got it, you can send it to me. So, but here's the part about 0. So, oh, and here's a new video that just popped up when I was searching for Lori Vallow stuff. Speaking, remember how I was just saying the 2 places I said never go are Idaho and Wisconsin? This just got released. Wisconsin teen lived with parents' bodies for weeks after killing them. And there he is in a turtle suit. So yeah, again, don't ever go to Wisconsin or Idaho unless you're going to a hearing for Brian Kohberger. So, okay, so I'm just going to back this up a second because the 0 thing. Why are we not playing? Hold on. What's happening? Whoa, can you guys hear me? StreamYard just like froze for a second there, I think. Okay. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Thank you, Heather. So Twiz, I think, sent me. So did you guys hear what I was saying, though, about the kid in Wisconsin? That was wild. Okay, let me see what Twiz sent me here. Oh, it's from Mormon Stories podcast. Okay, so, right. So that's why. So it will be them reacting to it and stuff. So the thing is, though, is that I don't know that anybody has the full interview. So far, what I've seen is people reacting to like the previews of it. So thank you for sending that. Yeah. And Mormon Stories podcast, by the way, is another really good resource for the backstory on this case too. But yeah, I would say I would rather watch it when it's just the interview itself without, you know, because they're probably going to stop it and talk a whole bunch, and we'd have to stop and start a bunch of times to fast forward. So, but did you guys hear the part about the Wisconsin kid? Because that was wild. Okay, so the 0 percentage, that's where we were here.
It is a reference to whatever issues are present in Lori Vallow's life that are.
I'm going to object. He's speculating.
I'll sustain that.
Did you see conversation from the defendant in her own words with Chad Daybell or Alex Cox or others about having burdens in their life or barriers or obstacles?
Objection vague.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. And so in understanding that the defendant herself and her co-conspirators talked about having burdens and barriers or obstacles in context of their own words, what did the phrase unencumbered and fully free mean?
To be free from those barriers or obstacles.
And looking at the text communications on slide 55, is this a reference to their future together?
Correct.
Now, if you could take a look at slide 57, Can you tell us why you included the contents of slide 57 in your summary?
To illustrate the relationship between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
Can you, and this text communication happened right at the end or around the time of the text communications about JJ being at 0?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read into the record slide 57, please?
Line 61, it's a photograph sent from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell with the caption, "Surprises are waiting."
Oh boy.
And then there's an image on that screen as well.
Correct.
Okay. Now, let's turn to the text communication reflected on slide 58. Why did you include these communications in your summary?
I included these communications because it demonstrates an understanding on behalf of Lori Vallow that of a reality of whether Chad Daybell is physically present with her or not physically present with her.
Could you read into the record the text communications on slide 58?
Line 965 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Very good description of what just happened. Wish you were really here to experience this with me. Line 954 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Thank you for being mine. Wish I could wake up and kiss your sweet, tender lips for real.
Gross.
You are my everything.
Okay. And so when you see the phrase "for real" or "really here," what significance did that have in terms of their overall communications and exchanges?
There were a lot of communications between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow in reference to portaling to different spheres of existence or different places so that they could be together spiritually. These two texts indicate an understanding of reality versus fantasy.
Turning to the text communications reflected in slide 59. Why did you include these text communications?
These text communications reference a family trip that Chad Daybell was taking with his wife and children and relatives, and that Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell were both
I remember this. He complains the whole time, dude.
upset by the fact that he had to spend time with his family.
Can you read these into the record, please?
Yes. Line 860 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I will join you. Partly why I am so sad is my Boise trip has turned into a trip with extended family. Not happy about it. Line 859 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. How much more of this can you take? Line 858 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. They want to go to Craters of the Moon National Park. I can't take much more. So trapped.
Awful.
Line 857 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Are we supposed to wait forever?
And
Wow.
if you could read slide 60.
Oh, this is when they get in a big
Line
fight.
856 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. No, but the next 2 days will be torture. Thankfully, I will be alone most of Wednesday and beyond. Line 854 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Is that what he wants? For me to sit around waiting for you endlessly and you miserably wasting time? Just doesn't feel right. Line 853 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I agree. It feels so drawn out. Line 850 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. It's 3 broken heart emojis.
And let's proceed with slide 61. Those.
Line 844 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I'm just so frustrated. I'm sorry, honey. Line 843 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. You can't just keep tearing my heart out. I really can't take it anymore. I'm sorry. Line 842 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. It is tearing both of our hearts out. Please look beyond the next 2 days. Line 841 from Lori Vallow
I apologize.
to Chad Daybell. What about the past 2 days? I didn't even get to talk to you on your birthday. I'm clearly not a priority. I just don't want to be so sad all the time and do heartbroken.
And 62.
Line 840 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. If you really love me, you wouldn't want that either. Line 839 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I could have talked, but the girls were there. I truly love you with all my heart. Line 836 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. You should give all of your love. You should give all of you love and your attention to your wife and family. I'm just a distraction. Go have fun with your family. I really do want you to. I just can't be in the way anymore. If things change, then we can talk. But we have nothing until things change anyway.
Wow.
Do you want to pause here or finish the text exchange?
I believe there's just 1 or 2 more slides.
It's could you read slide 63, please?
Line 833 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Oh, honey, that is so crushing. I feel so destroyed inside. You know my love for you is deep and real. I want change. I'm constantly begging for change. I want you. Nothing else matters. But I am hindering your life, and you deserve better. I love you so intensely. Line 832 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. But I will leave you alone, as excruciating as that will be, until I hear from you. Line 831 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. You can't say to me,
This is the nightmare of them both doing this to each other, right, dude?
nothing else matters, because everything is before me. If that's what the Lord wants, then I just need to do something X so I can pull myself out of this deep despair. It's not like me to be this way. It's been way too much for way too long. Line 830 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. The pain is unbearable.
One more.
Oh my
And
God.
if you could read slide 64.
Line 829 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. You are right. Put me aside until things change. Yes, the pain is unbearable. Line 828 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Are you going to threaten me that I'm unprotected for doing so?
Oh,
Line
again.
827 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Absolutely not. I'm so upset at the circumstances that I am demanding they protect you more than ever. Line 831
Wow.
from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. You can't say to me nothing else matters because everything, I'm sorry, that's a repeat.
Okay.
That's an error. I apologize.
No, that's all right. And then
I think there's one final slide.
the slide, if you could read slide 65.
Line 825 from Lori Vallow to Chad
I
Daybell.
like this.
I'm so alone without you. It is devastating. Line 824 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I feel so alone too. We are surrounded by celestial relatives that are simply obstacles. I'm so sick of it. Line 823 from Lori Vallow to Chad
And with the obstacles.
Daybell. Me too. What is it that you really want? Line 824 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I want to be with you. That is my greatest hope and dream. I would happily join you tomorrow if it felt like heaven would not strike us down.
That was a fairly lengthy.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Remember what I was saying about the thing about being married in the affairs bit? I'm going to play that again in a second because the heaven will strike us down. But also, I was going to say to Heather here, I think there's messier things than a tsunami, so we can brainstorm.
Line 824 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I want to be with you. That is my greatest hope and dream. I would happily join you tomorrow if it felt like heaven would not strike us down.
That was a fairly lengthy.
All right, I was laughing over it. Hold on.
Line 824 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I want to be with you. That is my greatest hope and dream. I would happily join you tomorrow if it felt like heaven would not strike us down.
Right there. Right there. That is literally what I was saying earlier when I was trying to explain this whole thing about the marriage and the LDS and the sealing of people and all that.
That was a fairly lengthy set of text communications. Why did you include this conversation in the summary?
I included it to demonstrate the dynamic of the relationship between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow and the designation of their family, their relatives, as celestial obstacles.
And celestial obstacles to what?
To them being together.
And then you said the dynamic of that relationship. Can you help us understand what you meant by that?
Charles Vallow was
Yeah,
no
objective foundation.
Sustained.
In your previous answer, you used the words that I did it to demonstrate the dynamic
For anyone who missed it, there's an iOS update. I'm going to see if there's any new emojis because I love it when there's new emojis.
of their relationship. In your review of the hundreds of thousands of data points of this account, did you see exchanges between Lori Vallow and her co-conspirators?
Yes.
And in those communications and pictures and images, did an appearance of a relationship or dynamics of her relationship with Chad Daybell become apparent?
Yes.
Okay. So when you said you included this text exchange conversation as an example of the dynamic of their relationship, can you explain to us what you meant by that?
What I meant by that is that their relationship is the driving force behind the crimes that are alleged in this case.
And that the celestial relatives, the earthly relatives, are the obstacles.
Correct.
Now, let's turn to additional communication on September 3rd. Remind us again, what date was it that Tylee Ryan was last seen alive?
The last sighting of Tylee Ryan alive took place on September 8th of 2019.
Turning to communication from September 3rd of 2019, could you read slide 66 into the record, please?
Line 269 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. Wi-Fi is in. What you doing? Line 267 from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. Working on Z's. What did you decide on username and password?
All right. So whenever you hear Z's, that's code. That's like that's zombies. This when they don't feel like spelling out the whole word. They say Z's.
Line 264 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. Network name is anti-layman. PW is too many kids.
And,
Line,
that's a number two, not the
number
word.
2.
I forgot about the too many kids. Yikes.
Line 263 from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. Funny.
Let's finish and review that next slide. Could you read slide 67 into the record, please?
Line 262 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. And I can change it to whatever you want if you want to change it. I am proud of you. No more Z's. Line 261 from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. We are trying to get to the bottom of what we need to do to eliminate them completely.
Wow.
I'm sure you will be told also. Line 260 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. Excellent.
If you don't mind pausing right here and looking at this conversation, could you explain to us why you included this part of the conversation between Alex Cox and Lori Vallow in your summary?
Yes, Alex Cox and Lori Vallow both moved to Rexburg, Idaho around September 1st and 2nd of 2019. I included this text mainly for line 264, which is the password Alex Cox designated for their network of too many kids.
And that's a text, Alex Cox to Lori Vallow, correct?
Yes.
Did Alex Cox have any children living with him in Rexburg?
I do think they make fires inside igloos. I do think they do. That is so cool that you know how to make an igloo. I love that. Also, I will just say I didn't notice any new emojis after the update. Bummer.
Idaho?
No.
Of the two siblings, who had the children living in
Alex didn't have any kids.
Rexburg, Idaho?
Lori Vallow.
I also see network name is anti-Lehman. In context of your review of all these records, did that the records you reviewed and the investigation and your knowledge of this investigation yield to understand what anti-Lehman was a reference to?
Yes.
What is that?
Layman is another individual referenced in the Book of Mormon. He is a brother of Nephi, so it's simply just a word chosen for their password.
Okay. And
network name, excuse me.
That's right. And is Layman known as a good guy or a bad guy?
A bad guy.
I also see the letter Z, and I understand that's been used throughout the iCloud. What is that a reference to?
Zombies.
Sorry, I can't believe we've gone this far without in your head, zombie. I can't do it like that weird way, but zombie, hey. Anyway.
And I also see line 261. There's a conversation where Lori is talking to Alex. What, if any, significance did line 261 have to you?
The significance of that is the partnership with Chad Daybell that Lori Vallow had in this alleged work in which they were engaged in eliminating zombies.
Okay. And yet it's a text communication to Alex Cox. So why would that be relevant if it wasn't with Chad?
There are a number of communications between Alex Cox and Lori Vallow that relate to the religious concepts that are discussed throughout the iCloud.
Okay. And the text, it says, we are trying to get to the bottom of what we need to do to eliminate them completely. I'm sure you will be told also. And it was Alex who responded to Lori saying, excellent?
Yes.
Okay. Moving to additional conversation on September 3rd, 2018. Can you read for us the contents of slide 68?
Line 259 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. I am going to get lunch and probably go to the range to sight in my rifles. Line 258 from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. Fun. You need the practice. Line 257 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. I do. Line 253 from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. Bad news on our brother. Line 252 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. What's that? Line 251 from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. Z. Line 250 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. Really? When was that?
They're talking about Adam.
And let's, may I ask you to read slide 69, please?
Line 232 from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. Forced out, I think. Line 231 from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. With his anxiety, he wasn't strong enough to fight back. Line 230 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. Line 229 from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. JJ is stronger. Fights then off every day. Line 228 from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. Zach was a 3L. JJ is a 4,3L.
Oh, unless they have another
And
brother named
slide 70.
Line 227 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. That's when he yells, no. Line 222 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. Okay. Line 221 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. My lips are sealed. Line 220 from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. Good boy. Learning more. I'll fill you in this afternoon.
Why did you include these last several slides in your summary of your observations of the iCloud?
I included them to demonstrate that Alex Cox was a participant and in this group in discussing these religious concepts, including designating people as zombies, and that he understood those things in these communications.
And who is it who conveys this information to Alex Cox in this text exchange?
His sister, Lori Vallow.
Okay. Is that an indicative pattern you found in the iCloud that Lori Vallow would convey information to her brother Alex Cox?
Yes.
Did you see any additional evidence that Lori would sort of supply Alex affirmation like we see on line 220, good boy?
Yes.
Was that a pattern you saw in the iCloud?
Boy,
It was. We saw those kinds of I saw those kinds of communications on a number of occasions.
Okay. And in any of those communications between Lori and Alex, did you ever see Lori suggesting to Alex that people weren't zombies?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. In the text communications between Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, did you ever see communications where the concept of certain dark entities or zombies came up, where Lori was sort of pulling Alex back or telling him, no, they're not zombies?
No.
Now let's turn to slide 71. What are we seeing here?
This is from the videos section of Lori4Style. There was a number of very short videos that existed. This is just one of those that documents a trip that Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, Tylee Ryan, and JJ Vallow took to Yellowstone National Park on September 8th of 2019. And this is the last known video of Tylee Ryan alive.
Why did you include this? Because it was the last one, Tylee, where Tylee was alive?
Yes,
And the image on the screen is her, JJ, and Alex Cox.
correct.
Yeah, all right. I can certainly, at what point does the court want to take a lunch break?
Just anytime between now and then is fine.
This might be a good place to stop, Judge.
Okay, we can do that. All right, we'll take our lunch recess. Let's go ahead and have the jurors excused for lunch, then I'll address counsel briefly. After their excuse.
Yeah, I don't do well with the cold either. Okay, so that's actually going to be the end. So let me go on to part 2 here. Okay.
James and Elena story PowerPoint. And the third proposed exhibit I'll call the Vallow timeline. If council needs any clarification as to which proposed exhibits I'm referencing,
Proposed
let
exhibits.
me know. Otherwise, I'll use those titles. So going forward, the court has reviewed some of the case law and the rules that would
So
govern
this
these
is the part
exhibits.
where you said you need to speak to counsel. I'm going to go forward until we get back to testimony.
2021 Idaho case. In the Edwards PowerPoint, pertain to what's in the PowerPoint, getting the entire story into the record.
Use individual slides as separate exhibits. Would that potentially be allowed depending on the ruling of the court? Some of the slides.
But this is when they're bringing the jury back.
Begin with additional testimony.
Excellent.
Ms. Smith continues with direct examination of. That's fine. That's fine. State's got that sorted out now, so we'll, if you'd like to continue with your direct, you may.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Let's turn to some chat or information that you included in your summary between Lori Vallow and Sydney Woodbury. Can you take a look at slide 72? And I believe this part of the chat goes through slide 73.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I think in the online browsing, that's what I figured you were doing. Maybe you didn't hear me correctly. I figured you were online browsing. I think that's what I was like. What did you go looking for?
Why did you include this particular chat session in the summary you prepared?
I included this because of two reasons. First, it shows efforts that were made to hire a caregiver for JJ by Lori Vallow in mid-September. And then in terms of the timing of the last known video that exists of JJ Vallow, that video coincides with the latter half of this particular chat.
Now, I noticed at the top of exhibit 70, slide 72, it says there are 26 total messages. Did you put all 26 in the slides?
No.
Okay, why not?
Due to the need to convey what's being talked about without overburdening this process with every single message.
Okay. And so just so we're clear, the idea of a summary is to take the highlights, put it in, but the original is still available.
Correct.
Okay. So could you do us a favor and read slide 72 and 73 into the record, please?
Yes, this is chat number 6 from Sydney Woodbury to Lori Vallow. on September 18th, 2019. Hi, Lori. This is Sydney Woodbury from care.com. I just received your message and think your little boy sounds so sweet. I actually have worked with kids in the past with autism at a behavior science company and used positive behavior therapy to help them. I love playing with kids and doing fun things. What are the hours you are thinking of, as well as hourly rate? I'm currently attending school, so I hope I can help out with the hours you're needing.
Right. This is okay. So this is when Lori's kind of was going to enlist a babysitter and then doesn't need one because JJ's dead.
Response from Lori Vallow to Sydney Woodbury. That's so great. I'm thinking $15 an hour. I'm flexible with time. He gets out of school at 2:30 every day, so a few hours a week after school. We could work around your schedule as far as days of the week and then some time on Saturdays. Again, from Lori Vallow. We live on Pioneer Road, only a few minutes from campus. Do you want to come meet us?
And if you could complete the chat that's reflected on slide 73.
Yes. From Sydney Woodbury to Lori Vallow. Yes, I'd love to. Again, from Sydney Woodbury. Am I good to come over? From Lori Vallow to Sydney Woodbury. Sure, we are here. From Lori Vallow to Sydney Woodbury. Picking up JJ now. Excited to see you today. From Sydney Woodbury to Lori Vallow. Okay, I'm heading over now.
And so there was I understand you said the significance of this was an effort to hire somebody to assist with JJ. Did I hear that right?
Yes.
Okay. What was the last known sighting again, just for a reference, of Tylee Ryan alive?
September 8th, 2019.
Based on your review of the communications from Lori Vallow with others and that information in context, prior to September 8th of 2019, was Tylee a resource in helping care for JJ?
Yes.
Okay. What sort of communications did you have that support that conclusion that Tylee helped care for her brother?
There were lots of texts related throughout the review of the iCloud related to Tylee helping to take care of JJ when Lori Vallow had errands to run or needed to be absent from the home for some reason or another.
And prior to Tylee's disappearance, had Lori had any other support or infrastructure in caring for JJ?
Yes, while they lived in Phoenix, there was a woman named Angela who worked for a company that Lori Vallow had a contract with to have a certain number of hours each week of care provided for JJ.
Okay. Were there, prior to Charles Vallow's death, did he have any role in helping care for JJ?
Of course, he cared for JJ frequently as well.
Okay. And so after September 8th and the move to Rexburg, what infrastructure of support could you find for Lori Vallow to help her care for JJ?
This was the only reference I found.
Okay. And so based on your review of the iCloud record and videos and chats and all the records you told us you looked at, was JJ an easy child to care for and raise?
Not at all. He had severe autism and so he was a challenging young child.
So by September 18th, who was the primary, almost sole caregiver for JJ Vallow?
Lori Vallow.
Is there any other reason why you included this chat session with Sydney Woodbury in the iCloud summary you prepared?
Just in context with the back half of this chat.
Okay. And when you say back half of this chat, are we talking slide 73?
No.
Okay.
Slide 75 and 6.
Okay. Well, let's go to slide 74. What are we looking at here?
This is from the video section of Lori4Style at iCloud.com, and this is just a very brief video, but it is the last known video of JJ Vallow while he was alive, and it was taken on September 22nd of 2019.
Sad.
Prior to September 22nd of 2019, were there other videos of JJ Vallow?
Lots of them.
Okay. After September 22nd of 2019, in any of Lori's electronic data, did you find any videos or pictures of JJ Vallow?
No.
And so when you say the back half of this communication, are we talking about what's reflected on slide 75?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read slide 75 into the record, please?
Yes. Continuation of chat number 6 from Sydney Woodbury to Lori Vallow on September 24th, 2019. Hi, Lolo. Are we still good for me coming today? From Lori Vallow to Sydney Woodbury. Hi, Sydney. I hope the wedding was good. So JJ's grandparents came this weekend and they took him for a few weeks to give me a break. So he won't be back until probably the end of October. I wish I had other work for you to do. You are such a darling girl. I understand if you need to get another job. From Lori Vallow to Sydney Woodbury. Of course. I'm not sure when he'll be back, but I'm going to do some traveling while he's gone. Probably to see my friends in Hawaii, but I'll let you know for sure when
to
we
get
are both
married
back in
in
Rexburg.
Hawaii,
You are great.
Oops.
Now, did this text communication proceed after that date?
There were some additional messages, yes,
but not on September 24th.
correct.
Now, the weekend of September 21st, 22nd, and the morning of the 23rd, had Lori had visitors?
Yes,
Who were those visitors?
Melanie Gibb and David Warwick.
And did you find any evidence whatsoever that JJ's grandparents had been in Rexburg September 21st, 22nd, or 23rd?
No.
Let's turn to slide 76. Why did you include this SMS section from Lori4Style in your summary?
This is a significant text string between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell that talks very specifically about Tammy Daybell's pending death.
Could you read for us? Could you read for us slide 76 and 77 into the record?
Yes.
Thank you.
Line 810 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Good night, Angel Lily. So excited to go on our date.
Lily.
Line 782 from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. We are supposed to go on a real date tonight, but we are discussing it. Perhaps an evening at home would be better, so we are not out and about. I'll let you know, but you could come and sing with us after your shower. Line 773 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Hello, sweet angel. Big news about Tammy. Please let me know if you are awake and can talk. I love you.
And what's on 77?
Line 772 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. The short version is that she has been switched. Tammy is in limbo, and a level 3 demonic entity named Viola is in her body. It happened about 10 p.m. and was done by Tammy's sister Sam, who I always knew was 3D, but it turns out she is multiple creation.
3D as in 3 dark.
Line 771 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Viola has been attached for about a year to my niece Danica, who is Sam's 12-year-old daughter.
I will say, you guys have heard me talking about Violas and Viola jokes at one time. I will say that the only thing that's legitimate here is that a demon would be called Viola. That's the only thing that's legitimate.
I have connected with Tammy in limbo, and she is very frustrated and upset. She wants Viola removed as soon as possible.
Blame
Viola
her.
seems to be similar to Penelope. The
Oh.
personality differences
Oh.
from Tammy should be evident quickly. Please seek a confirmation on this, but I have now checked 3 times since I got home and get more affirmative answers each time.
And if we may, could we proceed to read slide 78 as well?
Yes. Line 770 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Sam is much like Brandon. She has been my biggest enemy over the years. She refuses to read my books and threw the biggest fit when we moved to Idaho. She has only visited us when the kids got married and always fled Idaho within hours, like she was being burned. She's definitely comparable to Brandon and Summer. Line 769 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Not fully sure of the timing for removal, but once her actions verify the differences, I don't want to wait.
If I may ask a couple.
I don't want to wait. What? Who was that from the? That was like from the 90s, right? Do you guys remember who that was? Yeah, Chelsea has it out for Viola, so if Viola disappears, 100%. Yep.
Couple of questions about that text communication. Are you aware of the date that Brandon Boudreaux was shot at?
I am.
What date was Brandon Boudreaux shot at?
October 2nd of 2019.
Are you aware of the date that Tammy Daybell was shot at by someone in her driveway?
I am.
What date was she shot at?
October 9th,
Right,
2019.
I forgot about that part.
Now,
Right.
and so at this point of this text communication in the late evening hours of October 3rd to the early morning hours or the daytime hours of October 5th, was Tammy Daybell still alive?
Yes.
Okay. So can you help us understand what a real date means in context of the timeline and the text exchange you've read to us?
Yes. Lori Vallow and her children moved to Rexburg the first part of September of 2019. Based on the investigation, both children were killed in September of 2019. Now, in the early part of October, there's a reference to going on a real date out in public. Rexburg is a small town, and so that is problematic for Chad Daybell still being married to Tammy Daybell.
Right.
And so by this date, Lori Vallow is unencumbered and fully free,
Correct.
but Chad Daybell is not.
Correct.
And so was there any information that would suggest that Lori wanted to go on a real date?
That's what she stated to Alex Cox on October 4th.
Okay. And so was there any significance to you in context of the iCloud and the review?
It's by Paula Cole. Maybe it was a one-hit wonder from 1996. Good year. That's the one, Paula Cole. Did she have any other songs? Yeah, it was the theme for Dawson's Creek, which I've never seen the show. But let me just see here. Paula Cole. Does she have any other songs? Career. She appeared with Melissa Etheridge. Sarah McLaughlin, Lisa Loeb, classics. Anyway, it doesn't look like she had another big song. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, that's a good guess. Leanne Rimes is a good guess. Yeah, that's a good guess. What was the song that she had that was real popular? Why is it so hard to find answers to things that should be basic? I can't even find a single song example of hers just from a quick Google search. So we're gonna table that.
Where he talks about big news to Tammy about Tammy. Please let me know if you're awake and can talk.
Yes, within 12 hours of the text regarding going on a real date, Chad Daybell now has big news about Tammy, and that news was that she's in limbo because her body's been inhibited by a level 3 demonic entity named Viola.
Turning to some of the texts that are on slide 77, just so I'm clear, the text from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow is asking her to seek confirmation?
Correct.
Okay. And so Chad is seeking Lori's opinion?
Correct.
And turning to the text on slide 78, who is it who is discussing timing for removal?
That's a text from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow.
And was there any indication that at this point Lori Vallow
the country either? She was popular though in that same like 90s time period, like on the radio. But yeah.
tested, said anything in any way in opposition to a time?
That's it. That's the one. Thank you, Twiz. How do I live without you? That's the one. That's the one that I know. Yes, thank you.
For removal and not wanting to wait.
No.
I only know this one. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know the other ones.
Before we move to the next text, is there anything else on that text communication between the two about the entity inside of Tammy and not wanting to wait that you wish to review?
No.
Okay. Turning to a text communication with Lori Vallow and Melanie Boudreaux reflected on slide 79 and 80. Why did you include these two slides?
I included these slides because they contain travel information for Lori Vallow and show that she was traveling out of state during the first attempt on Tammy's life, which took place on October 9th of 2019.
Okay. So the previous texts with Chad about not wanting to wait were on or about October 5th, correct?
October 4th and October 5th.
Okay. And then the first attempt on Tammy's life with the shooter in the driveway was October 9th.
Correct.
October 7th, is that some of the text communications we see in slide 79 and slide 80?
Yes.
Could you please read those into the record?
Line 729 from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreaux. I'm really feeling like we need to go to Missouri and work. Maybe we can fly there on Thursday and back on Sat. Line 728 from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreaux. American has a nonstop flight, PHX, to Kansas City Thursday at 1 p.m., then fly back on Sat at 6:30 p.m. Audrey said we could stay with her, but I told her we could get a hotel and she could stay with us. She will take us to all the amazing sites.
And slide 80, please.
Line 726 from Melanie Boudreaux to Lori Vallow. What about Brandon not being able to take the kids to it? Does Dad think I will need to be here? Line 725 from Melanie Boudreaux to Lori Vallow to Utah. Line 724 from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreaux. Nope, you need to be unavailable. That is the schedule. Line 723 from Melanie Boudreaux to Lori Vallow. Okay, Captain.
Wow.
Can you help us understand the significance of this text messaging in context of your summary?
Well,
It simply illustrates that Lori Vallow made travel arrangements and was not present in Idaho during
oh
the
my
first.
God, you're right. I do know Can't Fight. Right, thank you. Can't fight the moonlight deep. Do do do. Boo 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 doo doo. Right, that's another one I know. Thank you for that. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, that was very popular. I'm not sure what you're referring. Blue welfare check for who? Who quit what? Who quit what? Use the blue clues? I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Attempt on Tammy Daybell's life.
There's a reference on slide 80, line 723 from Melanie Boudreaux to Lori Vallow. Okay, Captain. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you see any other evidence of Lori Vallow giving direction or instruction to Melanie Boudreaux on what to do or how to do or when to do things?
Yes, I saw that on a number of occasions.
Okay. Did you see that same sort of what to do, how to do it, sort of, okay, Captain, instructions given to other people within their group of friends?
The only other one would be to Alex Cox.
Now, turning to line 81, slide 81, I apologize. Can you tell us why you included this text exchange between Audrey Baratario and Lori Vallow?
Yes, this is a text string between Audrey Baratario and Lori Vallow, wherein Audrey Baratario makes an inquiry about Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, working regarding Tammy Daybell.
Okay. Could you please read slide 81 in?
Line 669 from Audrey Baratario to Lori Vallow. How did yesterday go? Line 668 from Audrey Baratario to Lori Vallow, with you and working. Line 667 from Lori Vallow to Audrey Baratario. Well, we did a lot of work today. We got her out, but a new one got in, so we are still working on it. Audrey, any ideas you have would be greatly appreciated. Line 666 from Audrey Baratario to Lori Vallow. Okay.
Now, I realize we haven't had you reading the different emojis that the jury can see, but do you see the emoji that's at the end of Audrey Baratario to Lori Vallow?
I do.
In your experience, what does the face with the two eyes X'd out?
I don't object to any characterization of this, Judge.
That's without foundation sustained.
Have you had experience in looking up and reviewing various suspects' communications back and forth?
Yes,
Okay. Does that include review of what emojis are included in their text communications?
sometimes.
Okay. Do you have any experience in looking up the emoji with the face and the eyes X'd out?
Yes.
In your research and your review of this iCloud account, what did the face with the eyes X'd out signify?
Again, I'm going to object to mischaracterization. It's too speculative.
Overruled.
It can be associated with death.
Why did you include this text communication in your summary exhibit supplied?
Because of the inquiry regarding Tammy Daybell, particularly in light of the date of these communications, which is subsequent to the first attempt on Tammy Daybell's life.
Okay. And what day did Tammy Daybell, what day was Tammy Daybell killed?
October 19th of 2019.
So this text communication between Audrey and Lori was between the attempted shooting and the day she was killed.
Correct.
Is there anything else of significance you would like to review on slide 81?
No.
Turning to slide 82, why did you include this series of communications between Lori Vallow and Melanie Boudreaux?
Question from Mag here. If Lori is found guilty in Arizona, where does she go? Back to Idaho or stay in Arizona? Good question. So what will happen if she's found guilty in Arizona is she will be sentenced to life without parole, which is what she already has in Idaho. She's got the other trial for the second trial for Brandon that I think will be right after this one, but that would be for, I'm not even clear on what the charges are there, but obviously that will be less than a life sentence. And then I think that concludes her trials, but basically she'll go back to Idaho. Wherever you are first, found guilty, convicted, that is where that is your home. Same thing if it's state and federal. Like with Alex Murdaugh, for example, right? That was one of the things because they wanted to make sure they went ahead and got the state trial underway before the federal trial for the financial crimes, because part of it is like federal prison is better than state prison. And like Alex would rather have been able to serve his sentence in Club Fed, as they call it. And so even though he's already been found guilty, or he took some sort of plea deal with the feds for the financial crimes, but it doesn't matter. He'll never make it there. Right. So in other words, you have to let's use the example. Let's pretend that Lori hadn't done murder. Let's say it was something else that gave her 10 years. Okay. And she still had to go to trial in Idaho and then Arizona. In that case, she would serve out her 10 years in Idaho. And then after that's complete, then she would go back to Arizona and serve her sentence, whatever the sentence is there. So when you're dealing with life without parole, it's kind of a technicality. Like the only reason it would matter is like, like in other words, why is it happening? Well, it's justice for the victim, but also, should something get overturned on appeal for Idaho, right? Not that would happen, but if it did, then Well, that's an interesting thought. Like, let's just say that something got overturned on appeal and it was remanded back to the trial court for a new trial. Then she would probably be staying in Idaho, I would think, because it would not make sense for her to go to Arizona and then have to go back and forth preparing for trial. So anyway, but let's just say, okay, let's just take this scenario. Let's say that something got overturned on appeal. By the way, she's still in her appeals process. I check that docket regularly. Her attorneys have filed for extensions for her Idaho appeal multiple times over, and it's still there. It hasn't come out. They haven't filed it yet. So we will cover it when that comes out. But let's just say that it gets overturned on appeal and remanded back to the trial court, and she has to have a new trial. In that case, then the Arizona conviction would be first. And then Arizona would be the primary place. They would have the priority of where you're going to be serving your sentence. It would be the other way around, right? But because she got convicted, at least at this juncture, right, in Idaho first, she would be serving out her sentence in Idaho and actually would never serve. More than likely, I mean, barring some crazy situation like I just described, would never actually serve any time in Arizona post-conviction, if that makes sense. Hopefully that helps. Arizona hasn't brought charges forward on Chad yet. That's a good question. Twiz is asking, why isn't Chad being tried in Arizona? They've not. Well, that I've seen. Let me look and double check. I expect him to be. I totally expect him to be. Let me do a quick search. You know, a way I can figure this out, let me pull up Lori's indictment. Because it'll say on there if there's co-conspiracy. Hold on, let me just see here. Yeah, she was indicted for conspiracy. Okay, here's the documents. Okay, this actually will clarify the Brandon Boudreaux thing. So she was indicted for Charles Vallow, right? And then also for attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux. There we go. That's what I thought. That's the second. So the Brandon Boudreaux, it's attempted murder. So that's her second trial that she's got. I'm not seeing. Here's from the Maricopa County's office. I wonder if the conspiracy here was really between her and Alex. Maybe they're not bringing Chad into it. Which would surprise me. It would surprise me. I expected that to happen. Okay, here we go. So here's the indictment. So on or about July 11th, okay, intent to promote or aid the commission of an offense, first-degree murder, agreed with Alex Cox that at least one of them would engage in conduct constituting. There we go. So in other words, they would have indicted Alex as well, but of course he's dead. So they did not name Chad in this. They did not name Chad. So in other words, if Chad was a co-conspirator, he would have been named in her indictment. That's why I went to the indictment. So there you go. I guess they found there wasn't enough evidence for that. That's surprising. I did not expect that to be the case. Well, there we go. Now we know Chad's not going to be coming to Arizona. At least not for this. Now, unless he's also the Brandon Boudreaux thing, maybe. I mean, I remember Chad being involved in the Brandon Boudreaux thing. So let me see if there is anything for that. I don't know how to fucking spell Boudreaux. Jesus Christ. All I can think about is, no, wait, no, hold on. Now I'm getting my words confused. Boudoir? What is the word there? See, Boudreaux and the French boudoir, right? Isn't that the word? Okay, anyway, I don't know how to spell this. Hopefully it'll figure it out. And I'm just going to see if he's being charged in Arizona for that. I'm not seeing it yet. Hold on, maybe. I don't know. It looks like he's not being brought in. Well, okay, here we go. Here's the answer. Here's the definitive answer. Gilbert police submitted charges for Chad Daybell for the Brandon Boudreaux shooting, attempted murder. They submitted charges, but the prosecuting office decided not to prosecute him. The Maricopa County Attorney's Office decided not to prosecute, declined to prosecute him. Wow. So you got to hand it to them, right? Because they must have felt they didn't have enough to go forward with it. The police submitted charges, and the attorneys were prosecutors were like, nope. Wow. Well, you gotta appreciate that to a certain extent. So he's not. So there we go. Now it's definitive. Chad not coming to Arizona. There we go. Now we know. Knowing is half the battle. Am I right? Case is solvable with numbers. Right. They are serial unalivers. Yes. Lori, especially, again, that she's got that history, man. I see Heather. Okay. I didn't see, I was looking it up, but yeah, he's not going to be charged. So yeah, because again, I wanted to make sure it was clear to me and to you guys that, because again, with the Brandon Boudreaux thing, that, you know, he could have been potentially, again, they did bring charges for the Brandon thing, and then they're not doing it. So, Chad Storm was leading in his decisions. Facts. Yes. Yes.
Boudreaux.
I included this for context purposes because it is a similar conversation relating to Brandon Boudreaux with references for
nobody. I don't see anybody in the chat helping me out with the French word I forgot how to pronounce. I'll have to look it up.
could he go similar to what we've seen in other communications.
Okay. Could you please read into the record slides 82 and 83?
Yes. Line 663 from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreaux. Yeah, but until that agreement is signed by the judge, it is all subject to change. That's probably the reason for the delay. Line 662 from Melanie Boudreaux to Lori Vallow. Is there a possibility he could go before I move? Line 661 from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreaux. There's always that possibility. We will work on it. Just have faith and do whatever the Lord tells you. He is always right.
But yeah, Boudoir. Hold on. Hold on.
Boudoir.
That doesn't sound right. Boudoir? That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. Oh my God. But so similar to his last name.
Right. Line 655 from Melanie Boudreaux to Lori Vallow. I don't recall the words to get him out, but should we try?
And then turning to slide 83.
Line 654 from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreaux. I know them. I'll work on it now. Put all your energy in. Line 647 from Melanie Boudreaux to Lori Vallow. I've worked on them all day and evening. Line 646 from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreaux. Me too. He's got to be ready to go. Line 645 from Melanie Boudreaux to Lori Vallow. I know.
Is there anything else you want to review with the jury on why you included the text communication between Melanie Boudreaux and Lori Vallow from October 14, 2019?
No.
I mean, the thing is, I will just say, like, I'm terrible with the French words. Not my forte. I don't even fucking remember. It was Google trying to pronounce it, and I still don't think this is right.
Boudoir.
Oh, now it's, hold on. We have this one.
Boudoir.
That's the dude.
Boudoir.
They're different. What? Boudoir. That doesn't sound right, though. Oh my God.
Turning to text communication from October 19th, 2019. Why did you include these SMS messages from Lori4Style?
These are messages to Lori Vallow informing her of Tammy Daybell's death while Lori Vallow was traveling in Hawaii.
Okay. And so at this point, Lori Vallow was in Hawaii. Do you know who she was in Hawaii with?
She was there with Melanie Boudreaux initially, and then Audrey Baratario flew over and joined them some days after Lori Vallow and Melanie Boudreaux had arrived.
If you could please read into the record slide 84.
Line 541, from unknown individual to Lori Vallow. I'm not sure if you heard, but Chad's wife died last night. Line 540, from Lori Vallow to unknown individual. Oh my gosh, I did not hear that. I'm in Hawaii and it's 6 a.m. Line 539.
That's a really odd response.
From Lori Vallow to unknown individual. Do you know what happened? Line 538, from unknown individual to Lori Vallow. Yes, she awoke in the night coughing, threw up, collapsed, and passed away.
Why did you include this series of
Oh, God.
text communications specifically from the morning of October 19th?
Due to its relevance in the death of Tammy Daybell.
Did you have reason to believe that Lori had learned other ways, in another manner, of Tammy Daybell's death?
There's nothing in the iCloud to indicate that.
Let's turn to text communication from October 19th with Chad Daybell. Can you please read slides 85 into the record?
Yes. Line 532, from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Not fun without you. Can you call me? Line 531, from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell.
Here, right, is because remember, they had that whole fight. And it was like, I mean, Lori pretty much manipulated Chad into killing Tammy so that, you know, Tammy was the last one in the way, as according to them, right? In the way, I'm in quotes, scare quotes, right?
How are you doing is the question. Line 530, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I'm hanging in there. My parents are staying here and we are still getting visitors, but I will call you soon.
Why did you include these texts?
Subsequent to Tammy Daybell's death on October 19th, 2019, there's a flurry of text messages between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell that are insightful as to the nature of the relationship between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow and their subsequent plans now that Tammy Daybell is dead.
Turning to slide 86, could you read that one into the record?
Yes. Line 528, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Percentage in body. Whole sore 24, Ucola 11, Grisson 14. Line 527, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Great job on lowering them. I loved talking with you. It is baby night, so come get me later. Line 526, from Chad.
Baby, oh, hold on. Baby night. What's Darnell? Hold on. What's the Darnell property? And then, okay. What are they talking about here?
From Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Percentage in body. Whole sore 24, Ucola 11, Grisson 14. Line 527, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Great job on lowering them. I loved talking with you. It is baby night, so come get me later. Line 5.
Does that mean they're going to make a baby? Oh, no. Ew. Ah, God. Demon child. Talk about demons and zombies. Fucking hell. Let's all take a moment to appreciate. This hadn't crossed my mind until just now. Let's all take a moment to appreciate that. Thank God in the time they were together before they were arrested, Lori didn't get fucking pregnant. Let's just be glad that did not happen. It sounds like maybe they were trying to, which wouldn't surprise me because that's, again, LDS, they like to have a lot of kids. Oh boy.
526, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Missing you so much. I can feel you in bed with me though.
No.
Can't wait to truly hold you tightly every day and night.
No.
Line 525, from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I'm missing you more. I need you desperately. I can't wait.
Oh God.
So this text communication happens around just after midnight on the 20th through around 7 in the morning on October 20th, 2019, correct?
Yes.
Less than 24 hours after Tammy Daybell dies.
Roughly 24 hours, yes.
Gross.
Any other significance to this particular slide?
No.
Okay. Moving towards the next series of communication from
You gets it at this point.
on the 20th. Why did you include slide 87?
These are a continuation. This slide and probably the next two are a continuation of that text string between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
Could you please read in slide 87 and then we'll move to 88 and 89.
Line 524, from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Need you to hold me tight. That would be great. What about the idea of you coming here Thursday or Friday? Or do you want me to come home? Line 523, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Their apartment is haunted and we can't clear the place. So they are looking to move anyway. And I have the perfect place for them. I need to be here to get sorting the financial stuff. And I truly need your help. So please come home Thursday so we can spend the night together. Then, as soon as I have things under control, we can return. I seriously want you to look for a condo for us while you are there that we could return to at the first of the month.
And please read slide 88.
Line 518 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I want to get going full steam on the Lily workout plan.
There it
Tighten the
is.
abs, get a full body tan, grow my hair out.
Okay, here we go. The Lily workout plan. Here we go. I referenced this earlier.
Slide 88.
Line 518 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I want to get going full steam on the Lily workout plan. Tighten the abs, get a full body tan, grow my hair out. This could be really good for both of us. Line 517 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I love that plan. It's not soon enough, though. This is torture.
Did you guys notice he reads that? And dude, he's getting into character a little bit, right? For this dude, for this agent who's been he's just very reading these. But listen, you can listen to when he says, I love that plan. Oh my God, I'm dying.
I want to get going full steam on the Lily workout plan. Tighten the abs, get a full body tan, grow my hair out. This could be really good for both of us. Line 517 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I love that plan. It's not soon enough, though. This is torture. Maybe you need to clear my mind. So
He's probably so sick of reading these. He's like, okay, let me just try to have a little. Dude, I love it so much.
I can't remember how much I love you. Line 516 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I will try, but it feels like Raphael and Lily are together at about 100%. Not sure it will ever be lower again.
And if you could read slide 89.
Line 515 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. That's true. I do feel you. I feel lovesick. I can't sleep. I don't want to eat. I just want you. It's so consuming. Line 514 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I know exactly how you feel. I'm feeling sad, but it isn't for the reason everyone thinks.
And the I'm feeling sad, but it isn't for the reason everyone thinks was 8 in the morning on October 20th, 2018.
Correct.
Right. Oh, God. So in other words, to the extent
Of those three
sorry.
slides in that text communication.
To the extent that anyone perceived him as being sad after the death, it was not, it was, and well, we know it wasn't because of the death, but it was just the fact that he says that is wild to me, right? It's like, I'm sad, but not for the reason everyone thinks. Twiz, who are you asking this question to? Is that a rhetorical question for Lori? Echoes of Clarity, welcome back.
Is there anything else of significance you wish to cover?
No, I don't think so.
Turning to slide 90. Why did you include this text communication between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell?
How do you not love the goat?
This short text string between Lori Vallow and
Tell you what it is. It's because the goat had remember recent rejuvenation. We had goat rejuvenation day, and he's got his new batteries, so he's extra goaty. But you know, the enthusiasm for the goat's enthusiastic goating sound will, you know, wane over time as I goat the goat, and he starts to lose his voice again. But I got a 10-pack of those batteries. So you hate the goat? Why? No. Love the goat. Ronko's got a Christmas goat. I need to get me one of those Christmas goats. I think it's the same goat, but like with a scarf.
Chad Daybell is extremely important in that Lori Vallow expresses a concern to Chad Daybell regarding Alex Cox.
Can you please read into the record slide 90?
Line 482 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I had a bad dream about Al. Make sure he is still him and protect him. Line 481 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell.
I get it.
He would be the one they use to get to us both. All this alone time is not good for him. Line 479 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow.
That's talking about law enforcement right there. Look, they would use him. They're talking about Alex. Use him to get to them.
A bad dream about Al. Make sure he is still him and protect him. Line 481 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. He would be the one they use to get to us both. All this alone time is not good for him.
As
Line 479.
Have second thoughts and go and turn himself in because he has a conscience. That's what I think they're saying.
From Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I will try to reach out to him later today.
Oh,
Line 471 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I just cleared all of Al's weapons, curses, and cords and filled him with malachite healing balm. I also put angels around him.
And if you could read slide 91.
This is a slide from the notes section of Lori4Style, line 161. Alex Cox, multiple creation, fourth creation exalted 9 times, sibling to me 2 times on fourth creation. Rose is exalted, married 3 times on fourth creation, and became eternal companions after fourth creation. His mission is to help Lori.
So the exchange between Lori and Chad about Alex, why did you include that specifically?
I included it because of the reference to Al and him being the one they would use to get to both Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
Twiz is confusing me. Twiz, do we need to put you back in the corner? Twiz is like saying, what was it? He was like asking, do you feel bad for Charles? And I was like, who are you talking to? Or is that rhetorical for Lori? I feel like it can't be to me or to other people, because it's like, of course we feel bad. Like, I don't know how anyone wouldn't feel bad for Charles. So, but then Twiz follows it up with, guys, she threatened to kill Charles. Are you in the wrong chat? I'm so confused. And Charles wanted to make it work. Right. We know, we were all here. Well, probably most of us were here yesterday when we talked about all this. So anyway, oh, right. I forgot that. I think I knew that, but I'd forgotten it. Yeah, Malachite. Right. That's the thing. And that is the thing, isn't it, though? That after Alex's purpose was done, then he, accidentally dies, right?
And the date of that exchange was October 23rd, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the date that Alex Cox passed away?
Oh boy. December, I want to say December 12th, but I'm sorry, I can't recall that exact date.
That's okay. Early December, beginning of December.
December 2nd would be the next date that comes to my mind, but again, I can't recall clearly. I know it's December of 2019.
Fair enough. And so in October, there's a text communication about Al being the one that would get to them, correct?
That Al would be the one they use to get to us both.
Okay. Do you have any information about when did Alex Cox subsequently marry someone from this group?
Yes.
Okay. Who did he marry after this date?
Oh,
Zulema Estentes.
I forgot about that. They gave him his token wife girl from the group.
And then sometime towards the beginning or the couple first.
That's right. I forgot about that. That was crazy because they met and knew each other for a week and then got married or whatever. Jesus.
Couple weeks of December. Alex Cox is dead.
Correct.
Okay. And then why did you include the notes section of Lori4Style on Alex Cox?
This contains some of the religious concepts that were pertinent to this investigation, but mainly for the last line that his mission is to help Lori.
Okay. Now, when you say it relates to the religious concepts and specifically about Alex Cox's job to help Lori, what was that based on in terms of your review of the iCloud?
During the review of the iCloud, there's voluminous information regarding the religious beliefs of Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. And this is one note that contains references to some of those things.
Okay. And did you see through your review of the various iCloud accounts and emails and information in the iCloud accounts for Lori Vallow, any sort of definition of Alex Cox's role in this religious group of friends?
One of the main references was that his mission in life was to protect and to help his sister Lori.
There it is.
And within the communications of the iCloud that you reviewed, the communications between Lori and Chad and Alex and others, did you find any evidence that Alex believed that his mission was to help and protect Lori?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, turning to slide 92. I see that it appears to be a text between Lori Vallow and Melanie Boudreaux.
Correct.
Okay. Could you please read slide 92 into the record?
Line 175 from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreaux. Will you do this job if your whole family turns against you? That is what the Lord has asked of us.
Oh, God.
Our glories will be worth it, and they will all shrink in our presence. It will be a sad day for those who choose to oppose us when we work for the Lord and are his valiant warriors. Be strong, my little one. We will be gone in a few.
Why did you include this particular text message to Melanie Boudreaux in the iCloud summary?
I included this because it is illustrative of Lori Vallow's beliefs and the statement that she made to Melanie Boudreaux, who was part of this group.
And what particular statement?
The entirety of the text, I believe, is her statement.
Okay. Is there anything else of significance for that particular text?
No.
Okay. Now, in your review of the iCloud, did you also see videos in the iCloud?
Hundreds of them.
Okay. And I think you've told us you saw videos and emails and documents, hundreds and if not thousands of documents.
Yes.
Okay. Did you find any documentation of a patriarchal blessing given to Alex Cox by Chad Daybell?
Remember
yes,
when
that was found.
Remember when I was like, I think this comes up, but I don't remember for sure. Here it is.
In the iCloud.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be given States Exhibit 50A, a courtesy copy of which has already been given the court.
All right. And is that, I think that's previously admitted?
That patriarchal blessing was the recording that was done, I believe, but 50A is the written copy from the iCloud. It should be admitted as part of 29, but we pulled that specific document out and gave it its own number, 50A.
All right. Would there be an objection to the admission of 50A that's being offered?
Yes, Your Honor, it's cumulative.
response?
Your Honor, it is not cumulative. A recording was played for the jury. The written copy found in the iCloud has not been provided.
All right, I've considered Rule 403, do not find it's needlessly cumulative, so it can be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May the witness be shown it?
Yes.
Thank you. Just so that he can look at it. Thank you, sir. Okay. 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 Did you get a chance to look at it?
Yes,
That's a copy of the patriarchal blessing you found in the iCloud.
Yeah.
Patriarchal blessing.
Now, did you review this document?
I have. Yes,
Are you aware of what a patriarchal blessing is?
I am. Yes.
What is a patriarchal blessing?
In the LDS faith, it's a blessing that faithful members receive at one point in their life to provide a spiritual guide for them.
Okay.
And this has already been read into the record, so I'm not gonna ask the witness to do that again. But who is allowed to give a patriarchal blessing within the LDS faith?
I don't object, Your Honor. I don't think he has the proper.
This was another big thing. It was a big deal for the people who are LDS because Chad was not, I think you have to be like ordained or whatever. Chad did not have the permission via the church, which is AKA God, right? To be doing this shit. It was a big deal that he did this. Like, I feel like if you're like LDS, it's like, and you do shit like this, it's like, you're, what is the word? Like banished, as they would say in Shakespeare times. You're like banished, banished, like get, like, I don't know. It's like the worst thing you possibly fucking do. But, I guess when you compare it to murder and all the rest, but yeah, Chad did this too.
Foundation to be able to say that.
If you know, do you know who's allowed to give a patriarchal blessing within the LDS church?
I do.
Who is allowed?
Again, Judge, I don't think he has a proper foundation to discuss.
He needs to explain how that foundation is if he's going to testify.
Okay, so this is to your question, Heather. We're going to find out now to the extent to which he has LDS knowledge and or background.
How do you know who's allowed to give a patriarchal blessing within the LDS church?
I am familiar with this process and who is called within the church to give these blessings.
Okay. And have you also researched and looked into some of those processes and procedures?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I said, right? Like, it's like he's familiar, but it doesn't sound like he's a church member. So it could be, again, in this area, it's not uncommon to be familiar with it because there's a lot of LDS people, but also, maybe he researched it for this case. But he's not saying I'm a member of the LDS church. So
again, who's allowed to give a patriarchal blessing?
Again, Judge, I'm going to object. I don't think he has the credentials to talk about this.
Well, he just laid a foundation that's adequate for the court to consider, so I'll overrule the objection at this point.
Thank you.
Within each geographic stake in the LDS faith, there is one individual who is called to be a patriarch. That one individual is the person who administers these blessings.
Okay. And did you find any evidence in your review of the iCloud and any of the evidence or any of the interviews or the temple records from the LDS church that Chad Daybell was authorized by the LDS church to give a patriarchal blessing?
No.
Okay. Now, that patriarchal blessing in States Exhibit 58A is a written patriarchal blessing from who?
It states from Patriarch Chad Daybell.
Okay. To whom?
Alexander Lamar Cox.
Okay. What, if any, significance did States Exhibit
his middle name was Lamar
50A have to you in context of your review of the iCloud and the evidence as a whole?
There were a couple of phrases that were used during this blessing as it relates to Alex Cox's mission to protect Lori Vallow, and a few other lines that indicated things that Alex Cox had done that I believed were pertinent to this investigation.
What lines are those?
Oh dear.
In the third paragraph of the patriarchal blessing, about halfway down, it states, "Great warriors were needed in that creation. Powerful goddesses needed to be protected, and you were selected to help protect your sister. You helped her in numerous probations as a defender. You have a special bond with her even from the premortal world. You connected there, and as she grew in power, you were right there beside her, always with a humble heart."
Why was that significant to you?
Alex Cox was part of this group. He was close to Chad Daybell and close to Lori Vallow. And Lori Vallow had made statements to Chad Daybell in text messages that Alex Cox would be the one they would use to get to both Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
Objection, Your Honor. I think that misstates what was actually written in the text.
I'll overrule that objection.
And so in context of the investigation, why did those things matter?
In the totality of the investigation, Alex Cox had a role in the events that took place.
And was there additional information in the next paragraph, paragraph 4?
Yes.
Okay. What information stood out to you?
In the last sentence, it states, "You have already assisted us in ways that can never be repaid, but you will continue to do so as you move forward in this life."
Okay. Why did that particular statement stick out to you in context of your review of the iCloud and all of the evidence?
It is a direct reference by Chad Daybell regarding Alexander Cox, stating that he has assisted them in ways that can, quote, never be repaid.
Yeah, he can't say what ways.
And in that document, there appear to be any evidence of forgiveness or dispensation of grace.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Oh, fuck. He's going to be like, God forgives you for what you've done because it was your purpose or some shit.
That's in
Oh,
the 6th paragraph.
gross.
There's a sentence which states, "Throughout adulthood, you have refined yourself, and I want you to know that the Savior is saying to you at this time, well done, thy soul is cleansed, and all is well."
My God. Oh, my God. Remember, so this is so that he doesn't feel like he needs to go and turn himself in or turn them in, right? Remember the whole thing about speaking? Yeah. Wow. So this whole thing is to basically try to brainwash him into thinking this was the right thing to do. Wow. Wow.
Is there anything else about the patriarchal blessing that stuck out to you in terms of the investigation and its connection to the iCloud?
Just one more sentence in the next paragraph.
Which is?
It states, "You will be a powerful servant. I bless you with that knowledge that you will now move forward as a true warrior, not only through physical action, but through spiritual power that will be bestowed upon you."
And why did that stand out to you?
The reference to physical action.
Now, you've mentioned several texts about the Lori.
One thing I will mention too is like with Zulema's testimony, and I think maybe others, but especially Zulema, there were stories about how he was definitely struggling. His conscience was struggling. Now, they didn't, like Zulema didn't know why, I guess, at the time, but like essentially he was struggling with this. Like he has somewhat of a conscience, right? To where, he had, what was that statement he said? Like, either I'm a bad man or I'm not, which is really interesting because it's like, in other words, you can see him wrestling with whatever brainwashing they're trying to pull on him, which is like either I'm a bad man or I'm not. Cause like they're telling him you're not. It's like you did murder's the right thing, So and I think that conversation they had where he said that was like right before he died again. So.
Relationship between Chad and Lori, did that result in multiple efforts to follow up on that relationship and its connections to the crimes against Tylee, JJ, and Tammy?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned several texts and communications and emails reflecting a need for money or a monetary value. Did that communication about money and need for money and life insurance money have any significance for investigative follow-up?
It did.
And did officers take those steps?
Yes.
You also mentioned that the electronic data and the evidence that you possessed and researched reflected a relationship and perhaps an agreement between Alex, Chad, and Lori. Why was that significant to you in terms of the investigation and items and directives you gave? That was a long question. If you need me to rephrase, I can.
Do that one again.
You indicated, based on your review of the electronic information in the iCloud and instructions you gave to others, that the evidence of a relationship or an agreement between Alex and Chad and Lori was significant.
Correct.
Why?
Well, from the beginning, it was clear that the romantic relationship between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow was the driving force behind the crimes that are alleged to have taken place. And Alex Cox had a role in assisting for those things to happen.
You also discussed that there were several messages or planning for the future. Any idea how many?
Several.
Okay. Why is the presence in the defendant's own words of planning for the future or wanting to be together, why is that significant in terms of the investigative efforts you directed?
Because it's evidence that's directly generated by Lori Vallow.
Okay. Now, you've talked about various items. Were there other items in the iCloud reflecting anything that had been deleted? Was there evidence of items deleted but not gone in either Lolitime or Lori4Style?
Yes, there are deleted texts, meaning deleted off of the device, off of the phone, but they're present in the iCloud.
Okay.
Of course.
Did some of those chats or items in the deleted section include chats or attempted chats with Kay Woodcock?
I'm sorry.
Did some of the deleted information include deleted chats with Kay Woodcock?
I'm not sure if they were deleted or not. There were messages from Kay Woodcock to Lori Vallow regarding wanting to FaceTime JJ or to have JJ attend Charles Vallow's funeral service, but I don't know if those were deleted.
Okay. Did you see any evidence that Lori had responded to any of those?
No.
Okay. Now, prior to September 8th of 2019, did you see instances of Tylee, Ryan, a teenager, texting or communicating with her mother?
Yes,
After September 8th of 2019, did you see any evidence of texting or communication between Chad and Lori?
between Chad and Lori?
I'm sorry, Tylee and Lori.
No.
Okay. Let's talk about other things to see whether they were there or they were missing. Prior to September 18th, did Lori Vallow's iCloud accounts reflect pictures of the children?
Yes,
Did they reflect emails of or about the children?
some.
Okay. Did they reflect messages of the children?
There were a lot of messages about the day-to-day activities, primarily JJ, to a lesser amount Tylee, but yes, those were present.
And prior to September of 2019, were there videos of the children?
Yes,
After September 8th of 2019, did you see evidence of the Tylee, either through pictures, emails, messages, or videos?
nothing after September 8th.
What about, as to JJ, what about after September 22nd, or the morning of the 23rd? Did you see any evidence of JJ in the pictures, the emails, the messages, the videos?
No.
Okay. Was that a stark contrast to what was before September?
Yes, very stark.
Now, in your review of the iCloud, that winter and spring of 2019, did you see any messaging about Lori attempting to just divorce Charles?
No, there were a total of 2 text messages regarding a divorce between Lori Vallow and Charles Vallow. The first was in February of 2019 and was a message from Lori Vallow's bishop indicating Charles Vallow was going to serve her with divorce papers. And the second message was from Charles Vallow to Lori Vallow on June 29th, 2019, indicating he intended to divorce Lori Vallow. Both of those messages were from other people to Lori Vallow regarding a possible divorce.
Did you see any evidence in any of Lori's information or the search history or the text messages or the messaging that Lori searched for a divorce attorney?
No.
I want to object this. This is 404B.
Give me just a minute to think about that objection, counsel. Which part? You've already had some testimony come in, Mr. Thomas, and without going too much into a speaking objection, what in particular about that question you think relates to 404B?
Anything about the divorce? It has nothing to do with anything we're dealing with today. And under 403, I would also object.
Response.
Your Honor, the state's evidence has shown that there was, throughout the different charged conspiracies, there was a motive, a consistent motive running throughout them that Lori Vallow needed her spouse gone, but not divorced.
Okay, and this was just in generalities for the.
Right. It reflects motive, intent, absence of mistake to commit the crimes that she's charged with.
All right, counsel, could I have a quick sidebar?
Quick sidebar.
All right, counsel, I considered the ruling, had a brief sidebar there. I've considered the ruling under both rules of evidence 403 and 404B. I'll overrule the objection on 404B, finding that wouldn't apply in this particular instance. In 403, I've considered that rule as well and will overrule the objection on relevance grounds. So the witness can answer that question. If we could perhaps have it read back into the record, Madam Reporter.
No, I did not.
Your Honor, I have probably 10 or 15 more minutes. Do we want to take our break now?
I think so.
Okay.
Why don't we do that? We'll go ahead and take the mid-afternoon break and resume here 20 till. You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent, a couple quick questions. In the multiple email messages, data review, iCloud accounts that you looked at about, with the messages referencing JJ, Tylee, and Tammy being dark and having death percentages at 0, did you ever see an objection from Lori Vallow?
No.
Did you ever see anything other than Lori Vallow aiding and encouraging that conversation?
No.
Now, turning towards what you outlined a bit last week, it's my understanding that law enforcement and the FBI brought a tremendous amount of resources to bear on this investigation.
Yes.
From November of 2000.
Does remind me where you're at again? Trying to think. Who was it that I was asking this question to? Yeah, no, it wasn't you. It was somebody else. Yeah, I guess Trisha. Everyone, I feel like people, I've seen other people call you Trisha, so I suppose that is your name. But anyway, I've been calling you Echoes. But let me know if you have a preference and also where you're joining us from. I'm not sure. Are you in Louisiana? Oh, you're in Alabama. Okay. So we have two Alabama peeps. That's crazy. Stupid Alabama. That's funny. Yeah, be careful. But also, are you anywhere near Too Fast?
2019 to June of 2020, did the FBI and law enforcement ever stop looking for JJ and Tylee?
No.
Why not?
That is the posture that you have to take in a missing child case, that you always hope for the best outcome and work as tirelessly as possible until the case is resolved.
And in this situation, looking at all of the messaging and communication that Lori Vallow had, did you ever see any evidence that JJ Vallow was alive after September of 2019?
No.
Did you ever see any evidence that Lori was looking for him or trying to support him or help him after September 22nd, 2019?
No.
As for Tylee, did you ever see after September 8th of 2019 in any of her email accounts, any of the information, her text message, that Lori Vallow was looking for her?
No.
Did you ever find any evidence that Lori Vallow had that Tylee was alive after September 8th of 2019?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Oh, wow.
All right, thank you, Ms. Smith. Mr.
Okay, so there you go. And I'm pretty sure this was the last witness receipt. So now let's take a look at the interview we were talking about here with Nate Eaton. So in other words, until we have the full interview or whatever, which I don't know when Dateline's going to freaking release that or whatever, then this in my opinion is way better. Like the little snippets that have been released, like little teasers, you're going to get those here, but even better, you're going to get Keith Morrison, his insight as to what it was like. And I think this is the second best thing, as it were. Plus, love Nate Eaton. So let us take a look here. And again, Keith Morrison definitely says some surprising things here. I think you guys might.
Morrison from Dateline is here. And I think you're going to find this interview fascinating. I know I did.
Literally what I just said.
I've been working with Keith and the excellent producers from Dateline over the past 5 years covering the Lori Vallow trial. And the case, I should say, more than the trial, the case and the Chad Daybell case, all the way back to 2019, really. And what he has to say about interviewing Lori behind bars is just fascinating. And I have a little bit of background as to the interview, how it came to be, thanks to Keith, and what you can expect to see Friday night on Dateline, just tomorrow night. I know so many of you are watching from overseas, and you're like, "How do I watch this? I don't get NBC. Okay. I don't have traditional TV." I'll tell you about that too, how you can hopefully watch it or at least listen to it after the fact. We do.
Okay, well, good. Well, we're going to get more information about that. So again, he's referencing last Friday, but that would have been on cable TV like NBC. So
you have to talk about Brian Kohberger though, because so many things were filed this week. I've got just a handful of them here. Most of the real relevant ones. I want to go through them because
okay, we'll
three during Lori Vallow's trial because video was not allowed in, and I was in the courtroom. My guest next Thursday night.
Okay.
You're going to love it. So thanks for being here. By the way, let me know where you're watching from. And if you're brand new and you've never heard of Courtroom Insider, we started this back in 2023 during Lori Vallow's trial because video was not allowed in. And I was in the courtroom every day. And I figured every night I'd do a recap of what happened. It started off 15 minutes and then it grew to an hour plus. And then we started taking viewer questions from you. And that's exactly what I want to do again here coming up. Some more questions from you in an upcoming episode. So lots to talk about. Let's get to the Brian Kohberger stuff first. His attorneys have filed a motion saying the death penalty should not be on the table because
so we were just kind of skipping through the Brian Kohberger stuff.
Prosecution as factors for the jury to consider as autism cannot be used as it reduces his culpability, negates the retribution. His attorneys have not, cited by the court, is not refer to the first side will present this argument to the judge to ban that. They're asking at trial, saying that you do not know for sure who was in that vehicle.
I love that he just has a stack of papers and he's reading them.
Can't leak.
They're old school. I love it.
I thought out of all of these is that the judge also issued an order saying to both sides, quit filing so many things under seal.
Fuck yeah.
You're filing them unnecessary under seal. The Constitution says that most of this stuff should be open. Watch what you're filing under seal. So we may start to see more and more filings not be sealed that come out and are open to the public, which would be nice. A lot of these documents I just went through were sealed and the judge went out. This preview went out last Friday night on Dateline.
You're the most hated.
Okay, so here's the preview.
I'm an American. Lori Vallow Daybell, also known as Money Doomsday, the exclusive jailhouse interview.
You've heard a lot of stuff, Keith, but what I tell you will be the truth.
And all new Dateline next Friday.
So that played on Dateline. Real quick snippet. Then these pieces of video were released from NBC earlier this week.
Chad was convicted and he's on death row now.
I understand that, yeah.
But
He has some fascinating
how could you
stories.
possibly think that Chad would be exonerated
The
after
same
what
way-
happened?
The same way I will be exonerated. We will both be exonerated in the future.
Because
I have seen things in the future that Jesus showed me when I was in heaven, and we were not in jail, and we were not in prison, and they were still in the future from now.
how did it change the way you view the world?
I guess I always was like a very positive, see the best in people kind of person. And then I watched someone that I knew.
That is Colby, for anyone who doesn't know. That is Lori's surviving child.
My entire life, do what she did, and it just changed the way I view people. The way that my sister was treated was with hate. That's not even human to do what they did to her after.
So you can see there that Keith interviewed Colby.
He's talking about Tylee there. So I didn't realize that Keith interviewed Colby also. That's awesome.
Interviewed Lori. He also interviewed Rob Wood, the prosecutor. He interviewed Sheriff Ball, Ray Hermosillo, Detective Hermosillo, Doug Hart, the retired FBI.
That's the kid who we love, we just listened to. I really like him.
Interviewed me, and he interviewed Lori. I think that's it, Lori and Colby.
He interviewed Nate, and now Nate is going to interview Keith.
So the episode is going to be more than just Lori, but obviously a lot will be on Lori. A little behind the scenes stuff that I can let you know about. This is an interview. Lori Vallow has wanted to talk for a long time and do an interview. Full disclosure, I've been in communication with Lori for 2 years now. I wrote her a couple of letters during her trial and before. She never responded. And then when she was sentenced to prison, she started to email me. And what was in those emails has been off the record. I've told her I would keep it off the record. One day, hopefully, I'll report it. And let me just explain what off the record means, because if you're not like, well, she has no rights to that. There's basically, we obtain information 3 different ways. One, on the record. I talk to you, you say you can quote me. I get you on camera, we can use that. On the record is the most common. 2 is called on background, which is basically, okay, you can talk to me, you can use the information I tell you, you just can't use my name. Or I'm telling you this information to help you understand and present a clearer picture of something. For instance, anytime you see like a White House official says, when they're not named, normally it was given to the reporter on background, where it's not technically off the record. Off the record is you can't use this information.
Some good information to know about the background thing. I didn't know about that. Some insider scoop.
Reporters say, I refuse to go off the record. I won't go off the record. That's not me. In most cases, in fact, how I got Lori to start talking to me is I said, I'd love, you can talk to me off the record. And in a lot of cases, when you start with somebody off the record, eventually they will get to the point where they go on the record. Dateline, Keith Morrison also sent Lori a letter. And the excellent producers, Shane Bishop kind of being the lead producer from the beginning on this story. Here's a picture of me and Shane. And then here's all of the Dateline team with me, or the team that was working on this story this particular day out at the Rexburg airport when Lori landed. They have been in communication with Lori, and she wanted to do an interview before she was sentenced in Idaho.
So here's why I love Nate. So when she showed up at Rexburg after being flown over from Hawaii and she landed on the tarmac, Nate Eaton was right there in her face. Hey, Lori, where are the kids? Hey, Lori, where are the kids? Dude, he never gave up. Freaking relentless. I love it.
But the jail in Madison County would not allow cameras in at the time. And her attorneys, Jim Archibald and John Thomas, said, no way, we're not going to sit there with her if she does a media interview before sentencing. Whatever she needs to say, have her say it at sentencing. And you remember what she said at sentencing, where she talked about Jesus being her friend and Tammy Daybell visiting her and JJ and Tylee visiting her. You remember it. Then she went to prison. And the prisons in Idaho do not allow cameras. Only in extenuating, really extreme situations would they allow a camera in. Lori did ask if I go visit her. And I tried, and the prison denied that request. You have to fill out a form. And you say, how do you know the inmate? And I wrote down, we met in Hawaii several years ago. Because we did. But denied. Then she moved to Arizona. And Arizona is a little bit more open to cameras in the facilities. And Brittany, a producer with Dateline down there, and you'll hear Shane say this, or you will hear Keith say this in a minute. Brittany worked to really secure this interview with Lori Vallow, worked with the sheriff's office. And so it happened several weeks ago. I was aware of it. I was talking with Dateline. They were kind enough to ask me what questions. They said, what 5 questions would you ask Lori? And I sent over my suggestions. And then Keith went into the interview. And as you'll hear him say, they had 90 minutes to talk. And it was a wild 90 minutes. and you won't see the whole 90 minutes on Dateline, but you'll see a lot of it coming up tomorrow night. Now, for those people, if you're overseas or you don't have traditional television, NBC, will normally put the video of Dateline up on their website like the following day, or on Peacock the following day. And then the following week on the podcast, on Dateline podcast feed, you can go listen. I don't know what those restrictions are like overseas. So I apologize. And we're not streaming it on East Idaho News. Don't misunderstand me. We can't do that. It's not our show, but you can.
Okay. I'm going to go look and see if it is on the website.
Watch it on NBC, or you can listen to the podcast, hopefully. And then you can see the entire Lori Vallow interview. So with that, here is Keith Morrison. Always so good to see you, Keith. I saw that. I think this is the 7th or 8th Dateline about this case.
Number 7.
7. Yeah. Have you ever done another topic with this many episodes?
I don't believe so. No, I think 7 is going to be the record. Will that be the last one? We don't know.
Well, if it is the last one, what an ending. Tell me how this interview came.
Guys, I think I have it. Now, here's the thing, though. Okay, hold on. It's going to play an ad. It's playing an ad. I'm waiting to see if it's going to have a logo, because if it doesn't, then I can probably play it. But if it's going to have a logo, like, I'm just wondering, can we watch it, or will I get my channel like ripped apart from NBC? But it's making me watch an ad first. This is a long ad. Well, I never watch ads. I never see ads anymore. I'm not supposed to ads, so it's odd for me. Okay, so it looks like there's going to be ads every couple minutes or whatever, or something. There's like the little things that look like it's I don't know. So I have a thought. So here's my thought. Right, that makes sense. I have a thought. So they'll strike my channel. Okay. So I wonder, like, you know how I wonder if there's a way around it, like with members only, or if you delete it right after the fact, you know, like if we watch it and then I immediately delete it and we just get to watch it in the moment, like if that will keep them from striking it, or if it's members only, because I don't want them to strike the channel, because getting a channel strike is like a big deal, I hear. So, well, yeah, and I intend to pause it and talk, but that I don't think will be enough. That's why people have to block, including blocking the law and crime logo, because even though everybody who's doing LawTube stuff is pausing the court, and that's just with court feed, right? They shouldn't feel like they get to own that, you know? But even with pausing it and talking, like if that logo pops up for like 5 seconds, that can be enough where they're like, ah. Yeah. Do you know how that works though, Meg? If we watch it and then I delete it, like, does it have to stay up? Or do you know, like, if members only? Okay. Yeah, because the other thing is this. They haven't put it on YouTube as we talked about, right? Now, what I should do, so remember how Twiz sent me that 3-hour long one with Mormon stories? I wonder how they did it. I'm going to play this. I'm going to see if I can take a look at that and see how they did it. And that might give us some insight as to how they got around a copy.
Came to be, Keith.
Well, we've been communicating with Lori for quite some time, and I suspect you might have been doing the same thing, Dave. And she would dangle possibilities. And eventually, she talked to Shane a number of times, and Shane Bishop, our producer, and then she struck up a relationship with Brittany Morris, our associate producer on this story. Brittany's a great up-and-coming producer, but also just a nice person. And and Brittany arranged the interview.
So that answers that question. They don't actually play any of the interview. They just talk about it for 3 hours. They don't play any of the interview. So that answers that question. Okay. STS to play. I don't know. Yeah, I just haven't set that up. I don't know how to do that yet. I'm surprised STS was able to figure that out. So they will strike you when you're on almost immediately. Okay. Do you know, though, if it's members only? I remember there was that one time with Joel when they had that issue. And I think that was members only, wasn't it? It was something with the Adelsons, right? I think that was members only. Dang. Okay, I'll see. I'll see what else you guys say if you have any other suggestions. But it is there. I've got the link pulled up. It's just, again, touch and go.
So I was very surprised, frankly, at this call. Lori can interview with us, and the jail says it's okay. They're going to give us 90 minutes. And I was astonished, frankly. Usually, as you know, if you go to interview somebody in a prison or jail, they'll maybe give you half an hour if you're lucky, or an hour if you got to do a whole kind of camera setup and so on. But no, 90 minutes. So I thought that would be plenty of time to get what we needed from anybody, but it turned out it wasn't enough to get what we needed from Lori Vallow. I could have gone on with her for a lot longer.
Right. And Keith, she had mentioned to me at one point she wanted to talk to you before she was sentenced here in Idaho, but they wouldn't let cameras into that.
Oh, that's right. Yes, there was that discussion. Yeah.
Right. So she obviously has been thinking about chatting with you for some time, for years now. So the broad question is, what was it like being there face to face with her and trying to interview her?
Well, she came in, she winked at our cameras on the way in. She was upbeat. She was
that part. She winked at dude. She winked at our cameras on the way in. This is incredible. Yeah, Meg, I totally agree. I totally agree. As long as you don't just play it as is, I totally agree. Yep, I'm with you on that 100%. There's a lot of things where that is sufficient, right? Like, I can't give specific examples. I just know, with some things, right? The actual definition, right, of not copying something is what this is, right? Like if you pause it and talk and give commentary, by definition, it is not it's not copying it, right? Legally. But with YouTube, it's like they have their own policies and rules, which they're allowed to do as a company. And they're way more stringent, obviously, than what actually the law says. So whereas for legal purposes, for example, if someone was going to try to sue you, they wouldn't be able to do it. If you're doing anything to edit the original, it's not the original. But with YouTube, yeah, it's not like that. And it is very frustrating. I always wonder, there's some channels that are all they do is reactions to stuff. I have no idea how they do that. I've always wondered, and I've never looked into it. But they just react to music videos or movies or whatever. I don't even know what it is, but they just do reactions. And they, they're playing stuff. I guess they usually maybe they play it all the way through. I don't know or maybe they stop it enough. I don't know. I just feel like the stuff that they're reacting to is stuff that you think would, attract a copyright strike from a channel strike, because it's stuff that is popular and mainstream and whatever, right? To where even if you do pause it, with the Dateline, it's not going to be enough. So I don't know how, and that is why it's annoying. That was going to be what I said. That's why it's annoying, because one of the things that YouTube is for content creators, reactions is a whole thing, right? And so it's really frustrating that it's self-limiting in that sense. So they stop and pause. Okay. Yeah. But I guess they just stay away from Dateline.
So the broad question is, what was it like being there face to face with her and trying to interview her?
Well, she was, she came in, she winked at our cameras on the way in. She was upbeat, she was charismatic, she was friendly, she was practically flirtatious. She was, there was an undercurrent of anger in what she was saying. She, I think, felt aggrieved about a good many things. And she bounced all over the map in discussion of those topics. But she had her own agenda, and she knew exactly how long she had. She's no dummy.
This is all very fascinating. Like, I want to break this down. Like this is very interesting. Let me play it again.
The broad question is, what was it like being there face to face with her and trying to interview her?
Well, she was, she came in, she winked at our cameras on the way in. She was upbeat, she was charismatic, she was friendly, she was practically flirtatious. She was, there was an undercurrent of anger in what she was saying. She, I think, felt aggrieved about a good many things.
So undercurrent of anger, practically flirtatious. She had an agenda. She's no dummy. I mean, all of this tracks with my read on her, right? But it's really interesting. Obviously I've not met her, right? So it's just really interesting to hear this from someone who actually has so much experience and was in a room with her, you know?
And she bounced all over the map in discussion of those topics. But she had her own agenda, and she knew exactly how long she had. She's no dummy. And I think she had decided ahead of time that she was going to tell this shaggy dog tale that would take up the time. I wouldn't be able to ask all my embarrassing questions. And she could lay out this, frankly, big lie about what happened to Tylee and JJ. But it would require such a big workup. She'd have to tell the whole kind of life story of her daughter Tylee, and spin some tales about that, for which no evidence, right? And that the chore was to kind of get her off that train track and get her onto what we wanted to talk about. And a good deal of the kind of combativeness back and forth was in that process.
I've spoken with people who have dealt with her legally, you could say, also family members. And from what they've told me, their conversations with her sound like your conversation with her, that she speaks about what she wants to talk about, and even answers to simple questions are not given.
Right. And, a psychiatrist would have a field day with her, and I'm sure they did, when they sent her off to that mental institute, the state hospital, right, to be treated. And they said she had delusions and delusional disorder. Was there some specific religious component to it? And that's certainly there, but it's pretty deeply seated as far as I can tell. And I'm often curious about, when does the legal system feel that somebody really is mentally ill? And what effect should that have on crime and punishment? It's different in different countries and different jurisdictions. I mean, she's going on trial again for the murder of her husband. And will that become part of the defense? If I were her defense attorney, I would say yes, but she's her own defense attorney, and she ain't going to say that at all. Because she doesn't see herself as mentally ill. She sees herself as the only one who has the key to the truth. And she wants everybody to know what the truth is. But the truth is in her head, and it's in an attractive, smart, bright, quick, with a quip and a talk back. That person with that brain is her own worst enemy in some ways, but also she is engaging and will take up all kinds of time not getting to the point.
You mentioned, now she's her own attorney. Did you sense a feeling of arrogance from her about, like, I am the attorney, I am in charge, no one tells me what to do?
Not really. More of it's a learning curve, but I'm pretty good at this, and the judge is being pretty lenient and letting me do what I want to do. So that attitude, but there was an aggrieved nature to all of this. Like nothing is ever fair, and not whining about it, but just I understand things aren't fair, so I want to do things my way and try to get people to hear what the truth is. That attitude more than anything. I think.
Did she? I guess, what was your most surprising element out of the whole 90-minute conversation?
I think I was surprised by the how engaged and the raw native intelligence in the woman. You you begin to sort of ask a certain line of questions. She knows exactly where you're going, and she has a dance to get out of it, and she does that quite skillfully. And I was surprised at her capacity to do that, frankly. Quite often people who are, who are delusional about things will tell you, will spin you outrageous, crazy stories, but they don't do so with quite the same alacrity and
there's a
and charm
SAT word
and humor as she did. So, do you get the impression that I like the woman? I did, in a weird way. I liked her a lot. I know that this is a woman who killed her children.
This was one of the things that I found most surprising, that and I appreciate that he's able to admit that this doesn't make sense. He's like, yeah, I know she killed her children, but I still liked her. That right there speaks to her capabilities, I think, right?
Humor, as she did. So, do you get the impression that I like the woman? I did, in a weird way. I liked her a lot. And yet I know that this is a woman who killed her children. Participated in the killing of husband, participated in the killing of...
So it's like, in other words, you can know that she's a murderer and she's manipulative enough to still make you like her.
Of the wife of her lover.
Not in a good way.
Planned presumably other killings too, as she's going to go on trial for those things. And yet she is a very interesting person to talk to.
Right. And she stayed the whole 90 minutes. She didn't leave. She didn't get upset.
Even she said, well, we can't probably finish this in 90 minutes, so we'll just have to come back and do it again.
Wow.
I said, no, you won't. But curiously, even though I was terribly frustrated at the end of this, I would go back and do it again.
Wow.
So in a way, can you see how maybe some people, I don't want to say fall under her charm, but could be attracted to her?
Sure. I could see how she could be the ringleader in a group of people who were addicted to some kind of out there idea. If they could be sucked into an idea of that sort, if they were susceptible to it, then Lori could certainly be the person who would charm them into following her down the yellow brick road.
You've interviewed a lot of people from behind bars, in prisons, in jails, exonerated, guilty. How does this one compare?
Oh, I don't think I'd try to compare it with anything. I mean, look, I talked to a preacher one time who told me about how he cut up his wife into little bits in a bathtub and put them all into a Tupperware container and took them out and buried them under a cairn in the desert. But even so, when he dies, he said he knows he's going to, they'll be together again in eternity, and they'll pick up where they left off. So, and seemed to really believe that. But I'm listening to the story thinking, oh boy, this guy maybe really is wacky. But he was wacky, and I'm sorry to be terribly dismissive about somebody, but he was clearly mentally ill. This one believes all that same kind of stuff, and yet has the ability to make you enjoy the conversation at the same time, or be frustrated but enjoy the conversation in tandem. Odd. It was just odd.
Right.
It was exhausting. I came out of there thinking, oh my God, I don't ever want to do that again. But now I would. It's weird.
Right. You also spoke with Sheriff Ball, Detective Hermosillo, Doug Hart, some other people that we haven't really heard from since the trial, and Colby. What was your conversation like with Colby, Lori's oldest son?
It was a heartfelt conversation and about what he has gone through and how he is trying to rebuild his life. And I must say that I felt for Colby so much more after having spoken to his mother than I could have before. Colby has gone through an awful lot in his life, and having had as his kind of North Star and the woman of his, he adored his mother growing up. They were close, he would, but seeing what he would have to deal with and how he would have to dodge her behaviors and kind of be thrilled some of the time and kind of hide some of the time, it would be very hard for a kid. And the divorces he had to go through and the huge fights with ex-husbands and court battles and the constant back and forth, and it just would be a very, very difficult life. And then to be abandoned essentially, and discover after his abandonment that his little sister and little brother have disappeared and were killed by his mother. Then he talks to her in prison. She finally agrees, in jail rather. She finally agrees he's going to talk to him, and he has her on his podcast, and she lied to him, and I think that was the final straw. And he was broken by that. And again, he's trying to build it back. And I felt for him.
Right. It was a year ago this month, maybe even this week, Keith, when Lori was arrested in Hawaii and brought back here to Idaho. 5 years. Can you believe that it's been 5 years covering this story from, those early days in Hawaii to now a jailhouse interview?
Yeah, well, it's such a strange story that we can let it go. Right? Of all the things that have happened in Idaho that you have covered, I mean, you were born in the right place, I think, Nate, but for a news hound anyway. But how does this one compare? Because you had some doozies.
As you said, I don't think this one can compare to any of them. This is up there as far as, the tragedy, not that the others aren't tragic, and just the weirdness, the bizarreness. I mean, we do have the Kohberger trial coming up later this year that you've covered as well. And of course, the Christopher Tapp, that's still unfolding in Las Vegas, his now death.
Yeah.
So when can we expect an Idaho book from you?
I think you're the one who's going to have to write it, Nate.
I guess just take all the library of datelines from all these different stories and do like an Idaho weekend, just a marathon of all the episodes.
We need more than a weekend.
Right. Well, Keith, we look forward to seeing it Friday night. It's on Dateline, wherever you are. And if you're in the mountain zone where we are, it's on 8 o'clock on the West and East Coast, 9 o'clock. And then I think you can watch it on Peacock the next day. And then it's on the podcast the following week, I think.
There's places to listen and see, you bet.
All over. Anything you want to add, Keith?
Just that it's very good to talk to you, Nate. And thank you for following this story as assiduously as you have. It's been very helpful.
Well, always good to talk with you. And as you mentioned, the producers behind the scenes have been great to work with. And you mentioned that this might be the last one. There might be one or two more.
Maybe more.
Maybe more. Hear that every time. So there you have it. Tomorrow night, Dateline starts at 8 o'clock in the mountain zone, 9 o'clock on the West and East Coast. I think Central, it's also on at 8 o'clock, 2 hours. And I want to hear your thoughts after you watch the show. And here is...
So, Meg, I don't know who that is. What is the Christopher Taps thing? Curious about that. I guess Nate's following it.
Where you can contact me. I'm on Facebook, and I would love to know, well, really in the comments, what you thought and think of the interview, and if you have questions. And you can Facebook message me. You can put them in the comments wherever you're watching from, and Peggy, our wonderful moderator, will pull some out. And then here's what we're going to do. On Monday, I'm going to be live doing a Courtroom Insider and answering your questions. And then on Tuesday, Lori Vallow is back in court in Arizona, and I'm going to be there. I'm going to Arizona. This is going to be a really interesting hearing. They're going to talk about how long the trial is expected to last.
So that's basically it for this one. So what I will do is I'll put the link for the Dateline episode in the Discord for anyone that wants to watch it, just so it's easy to find it. And then maybe we can talk about it the way other people do, or we just sort of talk about it. But yeah, that's all I have pulled up for this one as it regards to Lori. So tomorrow we will be doing Karen Reed, and then we may also have that. We might do a double one where we redirect into another stream. I'll have to see what I've got going on. Maybe Murdoch, maybe Casey Anthony. Okay, so Meg is answering about this Christopher Taps. He was a man in Idaho who was falsely imprisoned in Idaho, spent years in prison before being let out. Oh, interesting. Okay. What was the thing about Las Vegas, though, that Nate was referencing? You're very welcome. Yeah, and I saw your comment earlier, Tonka, too, about Nate with Kohberger. I have to wonder if it's just because this is all still going on and this is his baby, right? This case, that he can't, give the, Brian Kohberger case the full amount of attention. Obviously he's still following it, but not as deep, right? Interesting. He was then found weirdly deceased in Idaho and his ex-fiancée and unexpected. Interesting. Wow. I'm surprised I haven't heard of it. Oh, in Vegas, he was found deceased. Okay, gotcha. Okay, yep, in Vegas. That makes sense. Okay. Wow. So, yeah, but that'll be it for this one, guys. So, as always, I love y'all. Y'all are the best. I appreciate you guys being here and all the questions and comments and all the funny jokes. Right. And when the Idaho case broke, Nate was juggling, right, and Kylie Rodney, yeah. Yeah. So once they finish with all these trials regarding the, Lori Vallow, then he will definitely be able to, maybe at that point, right, he'll be able to give more attention to Brian Kohberger, and that'll be fairly soon, right, when she finishes her trials. So bad Idaho cops were involved. Interesting. But yeah, that'll be it for this one, guys. So thanks for being here as always. I love y'all, and I'll see you guys soon.